It is a strange and unsettling truth that people can vanish right in front of us, in places we pass by every single day without anyone noticing. Sometimes we look for missing people in distant forests or far-off cities, believing they must have traveled miles away, only to discover that they were right next to us the entire time, trapped in a silent void. Today, we are going to look at 3 incredibly bizarre disappearance stories that show just how fragile our safety can be and how quickly a normal day can turn into a living nightmare. These stories take us to different parts of the world, from the packed, vertical high-rise buildings of Taiwan to the freezing, isolated cabin country of Alaska, and finally to the empty, dark skies over a mysterious stretch of water in Australia. Each of these events left investigators baffled, families devastated, and the public wondering about the strange forces that can cause a human being to simply disappear. Our first story takes us to the bustling, crowded streets of New Taipei City, a major metropolis in northern Taiwan. High-rise apartment buildings dominate the skyline here, housing thousands of families stacked on top of one another in massive concrete towers. In these packed environments, you would think it would be impossible to be completely isolated. But the problem was, the very design of these buildings could sometimes create deadly, invisible traps. And on a warm, humid evening in late August of 2010, an ordinary resident of one of these high-rises would walk directly into a situation so terrifying that it would haunt him for the rest of his life. In August of 2010, a 76-year-old man named Zhang was staying at his daughter's apartment in one of these high-rise complexes. Zhang was a quiet, retired grandfather who enjoyed a peaceful and predictable life. Every single evening, he had a specific routine that he never missed. He would step out of the apartment building at around 7:30 p.m. to take a long. It was his way of getting some fresh air, keeping his joints moving, and enjoying the lively atmosphere of the city. Zhang was familiar with the streets, the local vendors, and the general rhythm of the area. He felt perfectly safe, knowing that the neighborhood was friendly and well-lit. On the evening of the 20th of August 2010, Zhang was finishing up his walk and making his way back to the building. The air was thick and heavy, typical for late summer in northern Taiwan. As he approached the entrance of the apartment complex, he noticed a street lamp right outside the main doors with a large, brightly colored poster taped to it. It was brand new, and he had not noticed it when he left an hour earlier. Curled under the warm, yellow glow of the street lamp, Zhang walked up to the poster to see what it was about. The poster featured a photograph of a middle-aged woman named Chen Yanui. She was 50 years old, and according to the text, she suffered from severe dementia. The poster explained that Chen lived on the 5th floor of the very same apartment building Zhang was staying in, where there was a specialized memory care facility. She had gone out for her regular evening walk about a week prior, on August 15, and had simply vanished. Her family and the local police had been searching for her tirelessly, plastering these flyers all over the area, hoping someone would recognize her. Zhang felt a deep wave of sympathy for this woman and her family. He knew how terrifying dementia could be, and he could only imagine how frightened she must be, lost and confused in the massive city. He stood there for several minutes, studying her face and trying to commit her features to memory. He thought to himself that if he happened to see her during his daily walks, he would immediately contact the police to help bring her home. He looked at her kind eyes in the photograph, hoping that she was safe somewhere and would be found soon. After a final look, he turned, walked through the lobby doors, and entered the building. He walked over to the elevator, pressed the up button, and waited. The lobby was quiet, with only the hum of the building's air conditioning filling the space. When the elevator arrived, the doors slid open with a soft chime. He stepped inside the small fluorescent-lit cab and reached out to press the button for the 7th floor, where his daughter's apartment was. But the problem was, Zhang was still slightly distracted, his mind completely occupied by the image of the missing woman on the poster. Without realizing it, his finger drifted, and he accidentally pressed the button for the 6th floor instead of the 7th. The doors closed, and the elevator began to rise. As the elevator climbed, Zhang looked down at the control panel and realized his mistake. He saw the button for the 6th floor was lit up. He quickly reached out and pressed the button for the 7th floor, hoping the elevator would bypass the 6th, or at least just open and close its doors quickly before taking him to his destination. But the elevator was already slowing down as it approached the 6th floor. The car came to a stop, the chime sounded, and the metal doors began to slide open. But when the doors opened, Zhang did. Instead, he was met with a sight that made his heart freeze. Standing directly in front of the elevator doors was a human body. Before he could even process what he was looking at, the stiff, cold body tipped backward, falling directly into the elevator cab and landing right on top of him. The weight of the body pinned Zhang to the floor of the elevator. He looked down and saw the face of the deceased person, and his mind went completely blank with terror. He began to scream at the top of his lungs, flailing and trying to push the heavy, rigid body off himself. At this point, his daughter was just finishing up her shift at work. She was packing up her things and preparing to head home when her phone rang. She looked at the screen and saw it was her father. This was highly unusual because her father rarely called her while she was at work, knowing she was busy and did not like to be disturbed unless it was an emergency. She answered the phone, expecting a normal conversation, but instead she was greeted by the sound of her father screaming hysterically. He was completely incoherent, sobbing and shouting that he was trapped, that he was in the elevator, and that there was a dead body on top of him. His daughter tried her best to calm him down, but his panic was absolute. He could not explain what was happening, only that he was trapped and could not get out. She told him to stay calm, and promised she would call the building management and emergency services right away to get him help. She hung up and immediately dialed the apartment building's administrative office and emergency rescue. She explained that her elderly father was trapped in one of the elevators and was having a severe panic attack. After securing their promise to send help immediately, she rushed out of her office, got into her car, and drove home as fast as she could. It took her about 40 minutes to navigate the heavy city traffic and reach the apartment building. Her hands were shaking on the steering wheel, and her mind was racing with terrifying possibilities. When she finally arrived, she expected to see her father sitting safely in the lobby, surrounded by paramedics. Instead, she walked into the lobby and found a large crowd of police officers, fire department personnel, and building staff gathered around the elevator shafts. Her father was nowhere to be seen. She walked up to one of the officers who was holding a phone to his ear, trying to talk to someone who was clearly hysterical on the other end. The daughter introduced herself and demanded to know why her father was still trapped. The officer explained that this was not a normal elevator malfunction. He pulled her aside and told her that her father was stuck on the 6th floor. But the problem was, the 6th floor was a private residence. The owner of the 6th floor apartment had installed a heavy, locked metal security gate directly in front of the elevator doors to prevent anyone from accessing his private home from the elevator. This gate was positioned only a few inches away from the elevator doors, creating a tiny, narrow gap. It turns out, 5 days earlier, Chunyunui had returned from her walk. She had gotten into the elevator, intending to go to her memory care facility on the 5th floor. But due to her dementia and confusion, she had accidentally pressed the button for the 6th floor. When the elevator reached the 6th floor, the doors opened and she stepped out. But she was immediately blocked by the locked metal security gate. Before she could realize her mistake, the elevator doors closed behind her. And then, she was trapped. Because the elevator buttons to call the cab back were located on the wall outside the metal gate, she could not reach them. She was stuck in a tiny, dark gap between the closed elevator doors and the locked security gate. She could not push the gate open, and she could not call the elevator back. The owner of the 6th floor apartment was away on a long vacation, so no one was home to hear her cries for help. For 5 agonizing days, Chun stood in that tiny space, crying out, but the thick concrete walls and the elevator shaft muffled her screams. With no food and no water, she eventually succumbed to dehydration and passed away, her body remaining upright, wedged against the metal gate. When Zhang accidentally rode the elevator to the 6th floor 5 days later, the doors opened, and her rigid body, which had been propped up against the gate, fell backward into the elevator cab, pinning him. The police officer explained to the daughter that because her body was stiff with rigor mortis, her feet were still wedged under the metal gate on the 6th floor, while her upper body was inside the elevator cab. This blocked the elevator doors from closing. Because the doors could not close, the safety sensors prevented the elevator from moving. The only way for the elevator to descend and rescue Zhang was for Zhang himself to push the dead body fully out of the way so the doors could shut. But Zhang was so paralyzed with fear and horror that he refused to touch the body. The police and building staff could not access the 6th floor because the security gate was locked and the owner was away. They were completely helpless from the outside. The daughter realized she was the only one who could save her father. She took the phone from the police officer and began talking to her dad. She spoke in a calm, loving, but firm voice. She gave him a powerful pep talk, begging him to find the strength for her sake. She told him he had to push the body out of the way so he could come home to her. And so, after several minutes of his daughter's encouragement, Zhang managed to overcome his terror. He grabbed the stiff body, pushed it off the elevator threshold, and pushed it to the side. The elevator doors finally slid shut, the sensors cleared, and the car descended to the lobby. The doors opened and Zhang stumbled out, pale and trembling. He was immediately wrapped in blankets and taken to a waiting ambulance. Police officers rushed in to secure the scene, finding the body of Chun Yanui on the 6th floor. While the property owner was not held criminally liable, he eventually paid a massive settlement of $97,000 to Chun's grieving family to compensate for the tragic and avoidable death. Now, let us move to our second story, which takes us from the tight, crowded, high-rise buildings of Taiwan to the vast, empty, and beautiful wilderness of Alaska. This is the story of Vladimir Kostenko, a 41-year-old man who wanted nothing more than to find his spiritual purpose in life, but who ended up disappearing into the wild, leaving behind a mystery that has never been solved. Vladimir was a man who lived his life differently from most people. He had immigrated to the United States from Russia when he was in his early 20s, fleeing religious persecution. In Washington state, he found a quiet life working as a talented mechanic. But the problem was, Vladimir did not care about money, success, or material possessions. He lived like a monk, spending the majority of his time reading religious texts, meditating, and praying. He would often go on long fasts, drinking only water for days at a time to cleanse his body and mind. When he did mechanical work for people, he often refused to charge them, or charged so little that he barely made enough to survive. To Vladimir, the only thing that mattered was his relationship with God, and he believed that God would always provide for his needs. But despite his devotion, Vladimir had been feeling increasingly lost and unfulfilled. He felt as though he was drifting through life without a clear purpose. He wanted a profound, uninterrupted experience to connect with his faith on a deeper level. It was during this time that his close friend, Dmitry Krin, offered him an incredible opportunity. Dmitry owned a small, well-stocked cabin deep in the Alaskan wilderness. The cabin was miles away from any town or road, completely surrounded by pristine forests and mountains. Dmitry told Vladimir he could use the cabin for as long as he wanted, free of charge, to disconnect from society, meditate, and find the clarity he was seeking. Vladimir was thrilled by the offer. He immediately began planning his trip. But when he told his family and friends about his plans, they were deeply concerned. They knew how dangerous the Alaskan wilderness could be, especially for someone who had never lived in such extreme conditions. They begged him to take precautions. They implored him to bring a rifle to protect himself from grizzly bears, or at the very least, a few cans of heavy-duty bear spray. But Vladimir flatly refused. He insisted that bringing weapons or defensive gear showed a lack of faith in God. He told his worried family that God was his protector and that he did not need anything else. And so, on the morning of the 18th of August, 2018, Vladimir arrived at the edge of the wilderness. He had taken a taxi to the very end of a desolate dirt road, miles from the nearest town. All he had with him was a backpack containing some spare clothes, a solar-powered cell phone charger, his phone, and 5 pounds of dry oatmeal. As he paid the taxi driver, the driver looked at him with sheer disbelief. The driver asked if he was absolutely sure he wanted to do this, pointing out that he was stepping into the middle of nowhere with virtually no gear. Vladimir just smiled, nodded, and said he would be just fine. He stepped out of the car, put on his backpack, and watched as the taxi turned around and drove away, leaving him in total silence. But the problem was, Vladimir was still 14 miles away from Dmitri's cabin, and there was no trail. He had to navigate through dense brush, steep ridges, and thick forests, carrying his gear, relying solely on his instincts and his faith. Against all odds, Vladimir made the grueling hike and arrived safely at the cabin. The cabin was in perfect shape, fully furnished, with a wood-burning stove and a pantry stocked with food. At first, everything went exactly as planned. Every couple of days, Vladimir would make the difficult hike up a nearby mountain where he could get a weak cell phone signal. He would send text messages to Dmitri, letting him know he was doing well. He wrote about his deep meditations, the beauty of the wilderness, and how he was foraging for wild berries. He even joked about a persistent squirrel that kept sneaking into the cabin to steal his oatmeal. But after 6 weeks of regular communication, the updates suddenly stopped. Dmitri did not receive any more texts. At first, Dmitri tried to remain calm. He knew that winter was fast approaching in Alaska and the days were getting shorter and darker. He figured that the lack of sunlight meant Vladimir's solar charger was not getting enough juice to charge his phone. He rationalized that his friend was simply disconnected but safe inside the cozy cabin. But as the weeks rolled by and October turned into November, Dmitri's worry grew into a deep, nagging panic. He had not heard a single word from Vladimir in over a month. On the 3rd of November 2018, Dmitri decided he could no longer sit around and wait. He boarded his small private plane and flew out over the rugged terrain toward his cabin. He knew it would be nearly impossible to spot a single person in that massive forest from the air, but he hoped to see some sign of life. As he circled the coordinates, he used a specialized camera mounted on the underbelly of his plane, which displayed a clear, high-definition feed on a screen in his cockpit. He located the cabin. It looked perfect, nestled in the trees, with a thin wisp of smoke curling up from the chimney, indicating a fire was burning inside. Dmitri's heart leapt with relief. As he continued to circle, the front door of the cabin opened, and Vladimir walked out onto the porch. He looked up at the plane, put his hands on his hips, and waved vigorously to his friend. Dmitri was overjoyed. He flew low and released a release mechanism, dropping several large plastic buckets filled with fresh supplies and food onto the snow-covered ground near the porch. He watched through the camera as Vladimir walked over, touched the buckets, and waved again in thanks. Seeing that his friend was alive, healthy, and warm, Dmitri turned his plane around and flew back home, satisfied. But the problem was, the silence returned. For the next 2 months, through November and into late December, Dmitri did not receive a single text message or call from Vladimir. And during this time, the weather in Alaska became brutally cold, with temperatures dropping far below zero and massive snowstorms blanketing the region. To make matters worse, a powerful earthquake struck the area near the cabin. Dmitri became sick with worry. He knew that even the sturdiest cabin could be damaged by an earthquake, and survival in sub-zero temperatures without heat was impossible. On the 23rd of December 2018, Dmitri took to the skies once again. He flew his plane back to the coordinates of the cabin, desperately hoping to see his friend wave to him. When he located the cabin on his camera screen, his heart sank. There was no smoke coming from the chimney. In fact, the chimney cap was completely covered in a thick layer of undisturbed snow, meaning no fire had been lit in days if not weeks. Dmitri dropped more supply buckets, hoping the loud crash of them hitting the ground would draw Vladimir outside. But the door remained shut. The property was dead silent. Terrified that his friend had frozen to death inside, Dmitri landed his plane at the nearest airport and immediately called the Alaska State Troopers to report Vladimir missing. But the troopers were hesitant to launch a massive search. The weather was atrocious, making helicopter flights incredibly dangerous, and they pointed out that Vladimir might have simply walked out of the area or caught a ride with someone else. They promised to check local airline records to see if he had booked a flight out of Alaska, but they refused to send a ground team into the deadly winter storm. Dmitry was furious and terrified. He knew Vladimir would never leave without telling him. 3 days later, on December 26, Dmitry decided he had to go himself. He chartered a private helicopter and flew directly to the cabin. When the helicopter touched down in a clearing, Dmitry stepped out into the freezing wind and deep snow. He walked toward the cabin, calling Vladimir's name, but there was no response. As he approached the front door, he stopped in his tracks, completely baffled. The front door of the cabin was blocked by a large sheet of metal that had been secured over the entranceway, boarding it up from the outside. Dmitry could not understand why anyone would do this. If Vladimir was inside, he could not have boarded the door from the outside. If he had left, why would he board up the door so securely, and where could he have possibly gone in the middle of a brutal winter with no vehicle and no gear? Dmitry pried the metal sheet off the door and pushed it open. He stepped inside, expecting to find chaos or tragedy. But the cabin was completely pristine. Everything was perfectly in place. There was plenty of firewood stacked neatly by the stove, and the pantry was still full of food. There was absolutely no sign of a struggle, no blood, and no indication that anyone had been hurt. The cabin looked as if its occupant had simply stepped out for a moment and never returned. But then, Dmitry noticed the firewood. Vladimir had spent some of his time organizing the wood, and on several pieces he had written strange notes in marker. One piece of firewood had the words, "Frankincense aroma, do not burn," written clearly across it. Other pieces had similar odd labels describing different scents. It was a bizarre, chilling detail that made no sense to Dmitry. To this day, Vladimir Kostenko has never been found. The authorities eventually checked the airline records, but there was no record of him ever leaving Alaska. Some searchers speculated that he might have had a mental health crisis brought on by the extreme isolation and the dark winter, causing him to board up the cabin and wander into the forest to die of exposure. Others believed he might have climbed out of a window after boarding the door, or that someone else was involved. Over the years, there were reported sightings of him in Hawaii and Oregon, but they all turned out to be false leads. Vladimir simply vanished into the vast Alaskan wild, leaving behind a boarded-up cabin, a pile of labeled firewood, and a mystery that continues to haunt his family. Our final story takes us back in time, to a dark night in the late 1970s, in a body of water off the southern coast of Australia that has become famous for things that simply should not exist. This is the story of Frederick Valentik, a 20-year-old pilot who set out on a routine flight only to encounter something in the night sky that defied explanation, leading to one of the most famous and baffling aviation disappearances in history. Frederick Valentik was a young man with a singular, driving passion. From the time he was a young boy, he had dreamed of nothing but flying. He wanted to be up in the clouds, looking down at the earth, experiencing the ultimate freedom of flight. But the path to achieving his dream had been incredibly difficult. He had applied to join the Royal Australian Air Force twice, but he had been rejected both times because he failed to meet their strict educational and physical requirements. Undeterred, he tried to become a commercial airline pilot, but he struggled with the intense examinations and failed those tests as well. Despite these crushing setbacks, Frederick refused to give up. His father, who was quite wealthy and supported his son's dream, stepped in and funded private flying lessons for him. With this financial backing and endless determination, Frederick studied hard, practiced constantly, and finally managed to pass his exams and earn his private pilot's license. To Frederick, this was the greatest achievement of his life. He was finally a pilot. On the evening of the 21st of October, 1978, Frederick was preparing for a very special flight. He had rented a single-engine Cessna 182L, a reliable and popular light aircraft. His plan was to fly from Moorabbin Airport in Melbourne, Australia, to King Island, a small island located about 60 miles south in the middle of the Bass Strait. This flight was incredibly important to him because it would be his very first solo night flight. He was excited to prove to himself and to everyone who had doubted him that he was a capable and professional pilot. At around 7 p.m., Frederick completed his pre-flight checks, started the Cessna's engine, and took off into the evening sky. The weather was absolutely perfect. The air was calm, the sky was completely clear, and the visibility was excellent. As he climbed to his cruising altitude of about 4,500 feet, he watched the bright lights of Melbourne slowly fade away behind him. Ahead of him lay the Bass Strait, a vast, dark stretch of ocean that separated mainland Australia from the island of Tasmania. It was a beautiful but intimidating sight, a black void stretching out into the horizon. For the first few minutes, the flight was completely peaceful. Frederick coasted along, monitoring his instruments and enjoying the serene feeling of being alone in the sky at night. But at 7:06 p.m., just 6 minutes into the flight, the peacefulness was shattered. As Frederick looked out of his cockpit window, he suddenly noticed a strange light in the distance. The light was positioned behind and slightly above his aircraft. In the pitch-black sky over the ocean, any light was incredibly bright and easy to spot. Frederick watched the light carefully, trying to determine what it was. At first, he assumed it must be another plane, perhaps a commercial airliner, or another private aircraft flying on a similar route. But the problem was, the light was moving incredibly fast. It was closing the distance between them at a rate that seemed impossible for a standard aircraft. Within seconds, the light had positioned itself only a few thousand feet behind his Cessna. Frederick began to panic. He knew from his training that having another aircraft fly this close was extremely dangerous. He worried that the other pilot might not see him, or that they were flying recklessly and could cause a mid-air collision. He was also deeply concerned that if he was somehow off course and flying in restricted airspace, he could face severe penalties and potentially lose his hard-won pilot's license. He quickly checked his navigation instruments and confirmed that he was exactly where he was supposed to be. He was on course, flying at the correct altitude. That meant the other aircraft was the one flying dangerously. Frederick decided the safest and most professional thing to do was to contact air traffic control to report the traffic and ask for guidance. He grabbed his radio microphone and contacted Melbourne Air Traffic Control. The man on duty that night was an experienced air traffic controller named Steve Roby. Frederick spoke into the mic, his voice tight with tension. He asked if there was any known traffic in his area, explaining that he had a large aircraft positioned right behind him at about 5,000 feet. Steve Roby immediately checked his radar screen. He looked for any active flight plans, commercial flights, or military exercises in the Bass Strait area. After a thorough search of the radar, Steve got back on the radio. He told Frederick that there was absolutely no known traffic in his area. According to the radar, Frederick was completely alone in the sky. But Frederick could not believe what he was hearing. He looked out of his window again, and the light was now even closer. It was right on his tail. He told Steve that he could clearly see a large, bright object with 4 brilliant lights that looked like landing lights. He said the object was moving at incredible speed, performing maneuvers that no normal airplane could ever achieve. And then, things got even stranger. Frederick reported that the object had suddenly accelerated and was now orbiting his Cessna. It was circling his plane at high speed, whipping around him in tight, effortless loops. The light was so bright that it illuminated the interior of his cockpit, casting strange shadows across his instrument panel. Frederick was now completely terrified, his voice shaking as he tried to describe the object to Steve Roby on the ground. He told Steve that the object was long, sleek, and metallic. It had a strange, green-glowing light emanating from its surface. He said it was hovering directly above his plane, as if it was studying him. As Steve listened to the young pilot's frantic descriptions, he tried to remain calm, asking Frederick to confirm the size and speed of the object. But before Frederick could answer, a new problem arose. Suddenly, Frederick's engine began to sputter and cough. The smooth hum of the Cessna's engine turned into a rough, erratic, choking sound. Frederick reported that his engine was failing, and he did not know what to do. He was flying over the open ocean at night with no engine power and a bizarre glowing object hovering directly above him. He was trapped in a nightmare. His final words to Steve Roby were filled with absolute terror. He said, "My engine is coughing. It is hovering, and it is not an aircraft." And then, before Steve could respond, a strange, terrifying noise came over the radio. It was a loud, screeching, grinding metallic sound, like two massive sheets of metal being scraped together with immense force. The sound lasted for 17 seconds, completely drowning out any other audio. And then, the radio went dead. Melbourne Air Traffic Control immediately declared an emergency. They attempted to contact Frederick repeatedly, but there was only static on the frequency. Within hours, a massive search and rescue operation was launched. Ships, planes, and helicopters from the Royal Australian Air Force and civilian agencies scoured the waters of the Bass Strait. They searched the coordinates where Frederick's plane was last known to be, looking for any sign of a crash. But the problem was, they found absolutely nothing. They searched for days, covering thousands of square miles of ocean, but they never found a single piece of debris. There were no oil slicks on the water, no floating life jackets, and no wreckage. The Cessna and Frederick Valentic had vanished without a trace, as if they had been plucked right out of the sky. In the months and years following the disappearance, the Australian government conducted a thorough investigation. They eventually released an official report suggesting that Frederick had suffered from spatial disorientation. The theory was that because he was an inexperienced pilot flying over a pitch-black ocean with no visible horizon, he had accidentally flipped his plane upside down without realizing it. The lights he believed were from a UFO were actually the reflection of his own plane's landing lights on the water's surface. According to this theory, he had chased his own reflection until his engine failed due to inverted flight, and he plunged into the ocean where the currents carried the wreckage away. But this official explanation was met with massive skepticism. Experienced pilots pointed out that flying a Cessna 182L upside down for several minutes is incredibly difficult. The fuel system in that specific model of aircraft is gravity-fed, meaning that if the plane is inverted, the engine will starve of fuel and fail within seconds, not minutes. Furthermore, the physical sensation of flying upside down, with all the loose items in the cockpit falling to the ceiling and the pilot hanging from their harness, would make it immediately obvious to even a novice pilot that they were upside down. And then there was the history of the Bass Strait itself. Over the years, there had been dozens of reports of strange, unexplained lights and objects flying over this specific body of water. So many ships, planes, and people had disappeared in the area under mysterious circumstances that many people began calling it the Bass Strait Triangle, comparing it to the infamous Bermuda Triangle. Many locals and researchers believed that Frederick had indeed encountered an unidentified flying object, and that his disappearance was the result of something far more mysterious than a simple piloting error. To this day, the disappearance of Frederick Valentic remains one of the greatest aviation mysteries in the world. His family was left with a devastating void, never knowing what truly happened to the young man who had fought so hard to achieve his dream of flight. All that remains of that fateful night is a chilling 17-second recording of a grinding metallic sound and the final, haunting words of a terrified young pilot who realized, too late, that he was not alone in the dark sky. Let us now look closer at the aftermath of these three remarkable events, because the true weight of these stories is not just in how they began, but in the lingering questions they left behind for the families and communities who had to pick up the pieces. In the case of Chunya Nui and the elderly Zhang, the physical and emotional scars run incredibly deep. Yang survived his terrible ordeal in the elevator, but his life was permanently altered. For the rest of his days, he suffered from severe post-traumatic stress disorder. The sheer trauma of having a decomposing, rigid body fall directly on top of him in a dark, enclosed space left him unable to ever step foot in an elevator again. If he needed to visit his daughter or anyone living above the ground floor, he had to take the stairs, regardless of how many flights he had to climb. The mental image of that fateful night remained burned into his mind, a constant reminder of how thin the line is between life and death. But the problem was even worse for Chunyanui's family. To know that their mother had survived her walk, successfully made her way back to her own apartment building, and died just one floor away from safety was a crushing, unbearable realization. She had spent 5 days trapped in a space that was barely 2 feet wide, crying for help, while residents of the building rode the very same elevator just inches away from her, completely oblivious to her presence. The family struggled to understand how such a massive safety hazard could exist in a modern building. The legal battle that followed exposed massive flaws in the building's management and municipal safety enforcement. The owner of the 6th-floor apartment had installed the heavy metal security gate years prior to protect his private property. While he had obtained permission at the time, the gate violated modern safety codes that required clear, unobstructed exits from elevator shafts. The local government in New Taipei City was forced to review their policies regarding private elevators and security gates in high-rise buildings, leading to stricter inspections and the removal of similar gates throughout the city. But for Chunyanui, these changes came far too late. The civil settlement of $97,000 paid by the homeowner was a small, hollow consolation for a family that had lost their mother in the most horrific and preventable way imaginable. Fast forward to the snowy peaks of Alaska, where the disappearance of Vladimir Kostenko continues to baffle experienced trackers, survivalists, and law enforcement officers alike. The discovery of the pristine cabin, boarded up securely from the outside, remains one of the most perplexing puzzles in the history of the state's missing person cases. When the story of Vladimir's disappearance was shared with the public, survival experts pointed out the massive logical inconsistencies in the theory that he simply walked away. Vladimir had spent weeks preparing for his retreat, and he was well aware of the brutal cold of an Alaskan winter. He had a warm cabin, a working wood-burning stove, and enough food in the pantry to survive for 3 full years. Why would a man, even one undergoing a deep spiritual crisis, choose to board up his only source of shelter, heat, and food, and walk out into a sub-zero blizzard with nothing but the clothes on his back? And then there was the physical challenge of boarding the door. The metal sheet was secured from the outside, and all of the cabin's windows were locked from the inside. If Vladimir had boarded the door himself, he would have had to climb out of a window, shut it, and then somehow lock the window from the inside while standing in the deep snow outside. This is a physical impossibility. This detail has led many independent investigators to believe that Vladimir did not leave the cabin willingly, or that someone else was present at the property after he was already gone. Some believe that Vladimir may have succumbed to carbon monoxide poisoning from the wood-burning stove, or perhaps he suffered a severe medical emergency. But if that was the case, where was his body? Dmitri searched every inch of the cabin and the immediate surrounding area, and he found absolutely no trace of his friend. If Vladimir had died inside, someone would have had to remove his body, clean the cabin to its pristine state, and then board up the door from the outside. But what would be the motive for such an elaborate cover-up? Others point to the strange labeled firewood as a sign of mental decline. They suggest that the extreme isolation, combined with his frequent, prolonged fasts, may have caused Vladimir to suffer from severe hallucinations or a psychological break. He may have begun writing the odd labels like frankincense aroma, do not burn, because he was losing his grip on reality. In his disoriented state, he might have believed that he was receiving messages or that the forest was calling to him, leading him to board up his shelter and walk into the freezing wilderness to meet his fate. To this day, his family refuses to give up hope, but the vast, silent forests of Alaska have kept their secrets, leaving only the image of Vladimir waving from his porch as his final legacy. Finally, we return to the mysterious waters of the Bass Strait, where the legacy of Frederick Valentik's disappearance continues to capture the imagination of researchers and aviation enthusiasts worldwide. The official report claiming that Frederick suffered from spatial disorientation has never been widely accepted, and many argue that it was simply an attempt by the government to quickly close a case that had no logical explanation. In the years following the 1978 incident, several researchers obtained access to the raw radar data and the communications logs from that night. They discovered that several other military and civilian radar installations had indeed picked up erratic high-speed targets in the Bass Strait area around the time of Frederick's flight. These targets moved at speeds exceeding several thousand miles per hour, performing sharp turns that would have crushed any human pilot under intense gravitational forces. Furthermore, the farmer near Cape Otway, who claimed to have seen a green glowing object carrying a light aircraft, was not the only witness. Over 30 separate individuals came forward in the days after the disappearance, all claiming to have seen bizarre, brilliant lights performing impossible aerial maneuvers over the Bass Strait on the night of October 21st. Some witnesses described seeing a large metallic disc hovering silently over the water, while others reported seeing bright green beams of light shooting down from the sky. The emotional toll on Frederick's father, Guido Valentic, was immense. He spent the remainder of his life defending his son's reputation as a pilot. Guido argued that his son was a meticulous and cautious pilot who loved flying too much to make such a basic, fatal error. He believed with absolute certainty that his son had been taken by whatever was inside that glowing metallic craft. Guido spent thousands of dollars hiring private investigators, speaking to witnesses, and keeping the case in the public eye. He always hoped that one day his son would return, or that the truth would finally be revealed. But Guido passed away without ever getting the answers he so desperately sought. The Bass Strait remains a busy shipping lane and flight path, but it also retains its reputation as a place of unexplained phenomena. The mystery of Frederick's final flight, the chilling sound of grinding metal on the radio, and the complete lack of any physical evidence have ensured that his story will never be forgotten. It stands as a haunting reminder of the unknown forces that may exist just beyond our understanding, waiting in the dark corners of our world. Whether in the heart of a crowded city, the depths of a freezing forest, or the empty skies over a dark ocean, these three stories show us that the world is full of mysteries we may never fully comprehend. They remind us of the fragility of our existence, and how quickly the ordinary routines of our lives can be shattered by the unexpected and the unexplained. We are left with the memories of those who vanished, the grief of the families they left behind, and the quiet, unsettling realization that sometimes people simply disappear, leaving nothing behind but questions. We must always remember to cherish the moments we have with the people we care about, because we never truly know when an ordinary walk, a trip to a quiet cabin, or a routine flight might become the final chapter of a story. The story of Chunyanui tells us of the dangers that can hide within the very structures we build for our comfort and security. It forces us to look at the ordinary spaces in our lives with a different level of awareness, knowing that a simple mistake can lead to an inescapable trap. For her family, the silence of the building remains a painful memory, a reminder of the cries that went unheard just on the other side of a wall. They continue to advocate for safer building codes and better support for those suffering from cognitive decline, hoping that no other family will have to endure the agonizing loss they experienced. The mystery of Vladimir Kostenko challenges our understanding of human survival and the power of faith. It leaves us to wonder about the limits of the human mind when faced with extreme isolation and the harsh realities of nature. Was he seeking a peaceful departure from a world he no longer felt connected to, or did he encounter something in those woods that we cannot explain? His friend Dmitri still flies over the cabin from time to time, looking down at the quiet structure and the trees, hoping to see a figure wave from the porch once more. But the cabin remains silent, a monument to a man who walked into the wild and left the world behind. And the flight of Frederick Valentic continues to inspire those who look to the night sky and wonder what lies beyond our planet. It is a story that bridges the gap between modern aviation and the ancient mysteries of our atmosphere. It challenges the conventional explanations of science and forces us to consider the possibility that we are not alone. The audio recording of his final moments, with its bizarre metallic screeching, remains one of the most chilling pieces of evidence ever captured in an aviation investigation. It is a sound that continues to echo in the minds of those who seek the truth. In the end, these three cases are connected by more than just the fact that they involve missing persons. They are connected by the profound sense of mystery that surrounds them, the way they defy our everyday logic, and the lasting impact they have on everyone who hears them. They show us that despite all of our technology, our busy cities, and our maps, there are still places where the unknown holds sway, and where the answers we seek remain just out of reach, lost in the shadows of the world we think we know so well. As we look back at these events, we are reminded of the importance of community, of keeping an eye out for our neighbors, and of the deep connections that bind us to one another. The families of the lost continue to search, to hope, and to remember, carrying the memory of their loved ones forward into the future. And as we close this journey into the strange, dark, and mysterious, we are left to ponder our own place in this vast and unpredictable world, knowing that some secrets may never be revealed, and some paths may lead to places from which there is no return. Thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you thought of today's episode in the comments. And remember, we have a whole playlist of true crime episodes ready for you to binge right now. Until next time, see ya. In April of 2020, a 17-year-old named Sam, who was a really experienced outdoorsman, decided he was going to go on a simple one-night hike. The spot he chose was the Superstition Mountains in Arizona. Now, the name of these mountains has a few different origin stories, but the one that most people agree on is pretty telling. For a long, long time, people have been afraid of the Superstition Mountains because of all the mysterious deaths that have happened there over the years. And because so many people would avoid the area out of a fear of some mysterious end, the place just became known as the Superstitious Mountains. But Sam, he wasn't superstitious at all. In fact, he came out here all the time to go hiking. He had a favorite trail, a particular 8-mile loop that wound its way through a deep canyon. It was beautiful, challenging, and he knew it like the back of his hand. And so, this one-night trip he had planned was going to be on that same 8-mile loop. The plan was simple. He'd hike 4 miles in, find a good spot to camp for the night, and then hike the 4 miles back out the next morning. He had planned to do it with a good friend of his, but at the very last minute, his friend had to cancel. Something came up, and he just couldn't make it. So, Sam was on the fence. He teetered on the edge of just calling the whole thing off. But in the end, he thought, you know what, I'll just do it by myself. I'm so familiar with this trail, with this area. What could possibly go wrong? On the day he was supposed to leave for the hike, his plan was to get to the trailhead early in the day. That way, he'd have the maximum amount of sunlight to get his 4 miles in and set up camp without any pressure. But life doesn't always go according to plan. Due to some unforeseen circumstances, a mix of bad traffic getting out of the city and some unexpectedly rough road conditions on the dirt roads leading to the trail, he didn't actually get to the trailhead until 5:45 inches the evening. The sun was already getting low in the sky, casting long shadows across the landscape. Sam knew deep down that it was a bad idea to start a hike this late. He was going to run out of daylight fast. He probably wasn't going to make it the full 4 miles to the specific point where he had planned on camping out. But he was young, he was fit, and he was confident. He figured with his good health and fitness, he could probably move quickly, maybe even jog part of it, and make his way to the 2 or even 3 mile mark. He knew from past hikes that there were some other suitable campsites in that area, not his preferred one, but they would do. And so he decided he would kind of risk it. He would just try to go as fast as he could and use what little daylight he had left to reach a safe place to spend the night. But the trail was tougher than he remembered, or maybe it was the fading light playing tricks on him. He wasn't able to move as fast as he thought he could. The ground was uneven, and he had to watch his footing carefully. And soon enough, the sun dipped below the horizon, and the world went from gold to purple to a deep, inky black. It was totally dark. He had his flashlight, of course, but that only cut a small, shaky circle of light into the oppressive darkness. It was only able to shine maybe 10 feet in front of him. Beyond that, the wilderness was a complete mystery. And then, at one point, as he was navigating a rocky section of the trail, he nearly fell. His foot slipped and he tumbled sideways, catching himself just before he went over the edge of a rock. He knew if he had fallen, he would have gotten really badly hurt. And the reality of his situation crashed down on him. He was 15 miles away from the nearest help. He was in a bad cell phone service area, meaning his phone was basically useless. The roads getting out here were treacherous, especially in the dark. And nobody, not even his parents, knew exactly where he was on this trail. It dawned on him in that moment that he'd made a pretty bad choice. He realized he should stop right now, make camp wherever he was, and not try to risk it any further. And as it happened, right where he stopped, there was a forest nearby. He shined his light off the path and into the trees, and he could see a clearing about 30 feet away. He walked into that clearing, and he found it was a great spot to make camp. It was flat, sheltered by the trees, and even better, on the edge of this clearing was the remnant of an old fire pit. It was very old, just a circle of blackened rocks, but it at least showed that someone had camped out right here before. And they seemed to have made it just fine. Suddenly, he was feeling pretty smart again. He felt like he'd made a good call, and he felt pretty good about where he was staying for the night. Now, Sam had intentionally not brought a tent. He was the kind of outdoorsman who liked to sleep on a simple sleeping pad with a warm sleeping bag over that. And then he would string up a tarp over the top of him just in case it rained. Since this clearing was surrounded by a bunch of tall pine trees, he was able to easily string up his tarp between two of them. It was perfect. And pretty soon, he had a small, crackling fire going in the old fire pit. The flames pushed back the darkness and the cold, and he felt a sense of comfort. He cracked open a can of beans and began eating his dinner, watching the fire dance. But as he was eating, he started to get a sense that something was off. Something was not right. It was a subtle feeling at first, like a prickle on the back of his neck. He began scanning the tree line around his small camp as if he was going to find something out of the ordinary. But his visibility was incredibly limited. If you've ever sat right next to a campfire in a dark forest, you know that your visibility is basically a 5-foot circle around the fire. The bright light of the flames ruins your night vision, and you really can't see beyond that bubble of light. His vision was also limited by all the pine trees that encircled his clearing. So he really could only see what was immediately around him and nothing else. He started thinking, that's gotta be it. Maybe I'm just nervous because I have no visibility. I'm alone, it's late, and I can't see what's out there. It makes sense that I'd feel a little on edge. But as he was rationalizing this bad gut feeling, a rock about the size of a marble came soaring into the campsite and landed at his feet with a soft thud. He looked down at the rock. It was just a plain gray rock. But immediately, he connected that rock to the sense of dread he had been feeling. The feeling wasn't just in his head. Something had thrown that rock. He was looking around a little more aggressively now, his head on a swivel, his eyes trying to pierce the darkness beyond his fire. But again, his vision was very, very limited. He was effectively blind to whatever was out there in the woods. And so, for the next 15 minutes, Sam sat there completely still, really aggressively scanning the tree line and listening as intently as he possibly could. He didn't hear anything. He didn't see any more rocks get thrown. And so, he began to rationalize again. He started to convince himself that there was nothing wrong here. That feeling I have? Oh, don't worry about that. He started telling himself, I must have kicked a rock when I was setting up camp, and it just landed now. That's what it is. Or maybe a rock fell off a tree branch. But either way, it's something totally explainable, and you've got nothing to worry about. After a little while of repeating this to himself, he convinced himself. He got into his sleeping bag under his tarp, put his head down, and he went to sleep. A couple of hours later, Sam woke up. He didn't know why, he just snapped awake. And he had that same sense of dread, but now it was back with a vengeance. It was a heavy, suffocating feeling. He couldn't hear anything. He couldn't see anything. But he was definitely feeling like something was wrong. And at that moment, as he was lying there, listening really intently and looking really carefully into the dark, he heard the sound of rustling leaves. It sounded exactly like someone walking through dry leaves about 30 or 40 meters away from his campsite. Initially, he couldn't tell if this person, or maybe an animal, was walking towards his campsite or away from it. The sound was just there, a steady crunching in the dark. But over the next 30 seconds or so, the sounds started to fade. And he convinced himself that, okay, they've left. Whatever it was, it's gone now, and everything's fine. But just in case, he wanted to grab his flashlight and shine it in that direction, just to be sure. And so he reached next to him to the spot where he had left it when he had gone to bed a couple hours earlier. And he couldn't find his flashlight. He started patting the ground around him, feeling for it. He looked around for it, but he couldn't find it. And he's thinking, man, that's weird. I had it right here, right next to my body. And it's not here anymore. And that's when the alarm bells started going off in his head. Because the only way this flashlight moves is if he moved it. And if it's not here, how did it move? And so he jumped out of his sleeping bag. He ducked out from under the tarp, and he's looking around on the ground in the immediate vicinity of where he was sleeping, trying to find this flashlight. And as he's looking out of the corner of his eye, he saw some light. He turned his head, and in the exact same direction that he had heard those footsteps, those rustling leaves, when he was still lying down, he saw his flashlight. It was laying on the ground about 10 meters away from him, and it was on. The beam was pointing away from him into the trees, which means someone or something had been less than a foot away from him to get this flashlight that was right next to him while he was fast asleep and totally helpless. And they had moved it all the way over there. Immediately, Sam thought to himself, that's a trap. They are trying to lure me away from my campsite. They want me to leave the safety of my fire and walk into the darkness to get my flashlight. Suddenly, he felt so scared he wanted to vomit. But he knew in order to survive this situation, he needed to keep his wits about him. So he put his boots on and he grabbed his knife. And he knew he was not leaving this campsite. In fact, he was going to build the biggest fire he could. He was going to stoke that fire as big as he could get it, and he was not going to go anywhere near that flashlight. For the next several hours, Sam just stood in the middle of his campsite, holding his knife, preparing to confront whatever the heck was out in the woods. And over those several hours, he would hear footsteps. They would approach his campsite, circle around it, and then turn around and leave. And he noticed a pattern. Every time the fire got lower, the footsteps would come closer and closer and closer. And when he would throw more wood on and stoke the fire, making it roar back to life, they wouldn't come as close. But at about 3 a.m, he ran out of firewood. So unless he went into the woods to get more, he'd be out. And he was certainly not going into the woods. That was the whole point, to avoid the woods where this thing was. And so, as the fire slowly died down, turning from flames to glowing embers, Sam prepared himself mentally for whatever happened next. Because he knew that with that fire gone, this thing was comfortable coming all the way in. It had already come all the way up right next to him to get the flashlight. And so finally, he heard the footsteps approaching. And before this, the closest they had come was maybe about 15 meters away. They were far enough away that it didn't feel intimate. It was terrifying, but he had some distance. This time, they walked right up to about 3 meters away. But they intentionally came up behind the thickest group of trees so he couldn't see them. And it was still dark outside, and he was in that small bubble of light near the dying fire, so he was blind to whatever was on the other side of those trees. But he knew they were there, and they had stopped. And for 2 hours, this poor kid stood in the middle of this campsite, facing in the direction of whatever was behind the trees. His imagination was probably going crazy at this point with what could be behind those trees. He was just waiting for whatever happened next. But ultimately, the only thing that would happen is the sun would eventually come up, and right before it actually popped over the horizon, this thing on the other side finally moved. It turned around and ran away, crashing through the underbrush. And it did not come back. And so, when the sun finally did come up, Sam didn't just charge out of there. He was still thinking there could be a trap. He waited until it was totally full sunlight. And then he packed up everything he had, and he practically sprinted back to the parking lot. He got back into his car, locked the doors, and he drove nonstop for 20 miles until he got to a gas station where he could park and collect himself. And when he got there, he got out of his car, and he went inside and he got a drink. And when he came out, he noticed someone had written something on the dust on the back window of his car. He walked over to see what it was. And in the dust, someone had simply written, "Sleep well." Sam is confident that whoever was stalking him at his campsite is the same person or group of people that wrote this message on his car. And now Sam just wonders what would have happened if he had tried to retrieve that flashlight. In 1982, a very outdoorsy teenage girl and boy who had recently started dating decided to go camping in Maine. Around 1 a.m. on the first night they were there, the girl woke up because she had to go to the bathroom. She was about to unzip her tent when she stopped, because she heard some strange noises coming from outside their tent. It wasn't that loud, but it sounded distinctly like something was digging in the ground. But she really had to go, and she figured, you know what, it's probably just some small animal or something, a raccoon maybe. And so she began to unzip the tent. There was a little bit of moonlight that night, and there was a clearing outside of their tent, so the moonlight was pouring through. She had plenty of illumination, and so she looked through this tiny hole, and she couldn't believe what she saw. It was a grown woman squatting down about 2 or 3 feet away from their tent. Her back was to them, so she couldn't see that the girl was looking through the tent. And she was feverishly digging into the ground in front of her with her bare hands. The girl literally fell backwards into her tent. She was so startled by what she saw. And she landed on her boyfriend, who immediately got up and was like, "What's going on?" And she just went, "Shh." And she pointed at the little hole where she had unzipped the tent. And she just whispered, "Look." The boy was confused, but he could tell his girlfriend was very serious. So he sat up quietly and he looked through the little opening in the door. And he saw the digging woman. The boy recoiled and looked at his girlfriend, and he's like, "What is going on out there?" He took a flashlight, and his girlfriend was telling him, "Don't do it," but he opened up the tent a little bit more, and he aimed his flashlight directly on this woman. And this got her attention. She stopped digging, and she stood up slowly. And she turned around and faced them. And she had no expression. She wasn't giving them any indication why she was there. She wasn't acting aggressive. She wasn't acting scared. She was just completely neutral. And she stood there staring at them for quite a while before turning around and just walking away from their campsite into the darkness. And after a little while, when they were pretty certain she was gone, they opened their tent all the way. They went outside, they kind of scanned around with their flashlights, and she was nowhere to be found. And they went to where she was digging, and it was just this weird 4-inch deep hole in the ground. There was no rhyme or reason to why she was doing that. And so after sitting there wondering what they should do, they settled on, well, tomorrow we'll tell the park rangers that she was here, and maybe they'll do something about it. And so, feeling pretty confident that this woman was not going to come back, they both went back into the tent. They zipped it shut, they got in their sleeping bags, and they were about to go to sleep when they heard someone running towards their campsite. And they knew it was this woman. They immediately unzipped the tent and they looked out. And now the woman wasn't digging anymore. She was rummaging through some of their stuff that was outside of their tent. And the way she was doing it, they described as monkey-like. She'd pick something up, look at it, and then just throw it over her head. She'd pick the next thing up, throw it over her head, back and forth, just throwing things behind her. And so the boy got out, and he shined a light on her and he said, "You need to leave." And she didn't react. She just kept flipping through all their stuff until he got pretty forceful and said, "You need to leave right now." And at that point, she kind of stopped and looked at him like, "Huh? What are you doing here?" And then she got up, turned around, and walked away. Now, the couple really didn't know what to do because she was clearly willing to come back after being confronted, but they stayed outside their tent for about 15 more minutes, shining their light and making lots of noise and treating her like she was an animal. They were just trying to scare her away from the campsite. And after a little bit of time, they thought, okay, there's no way she comes back now because, we were pretty aggressive with her this time, and she seemed to really get it. They both did go back in the tent, and as soon as they zipped it shut, they heard her come running straight back to the site. It was like she was literally waiting in the wings for when they went back in the tent. And this time, she ran back to the hole in the ground, and she was just feverishly digging into the ground as fast as she could. And this time, they came out of their tent, and they were mad. And they were screaming at this woman to get the F out of here. What are you doing? And this seemed to kind of frighten the woman, who got up and she looked at them like, "Why are you yelling at me?" And she ran away. And it looked almost animalistic, the way she was running away, like she was feral. The boy and the girl were totally shaken up at this point. It was about 1:30 in the morning, and this woman just kept coming back to their site, and they didn't know what to do about it. So they turned on some lanterns, and they turned on their flashlights, and they decided, we're just going to stay outside until the morning. That way, we know she doesn't come back and doesn't steal anything from us. But by about 3:30 in the morning, they'd been outside for 2 hours. They were getting cold, they were super tired, and the woman was nowhere to be found. And so they finally said, "You want to go back in and get some sleep? I think this time she's really gone." They got back in their sleeping bags and they went to sleep. They didn't hear her again. The next morning, when they got up and they unzipped their tent, they looked outside and all of their stuff had been thrown all over the campsite. And the hole in the ground that the woman had dug, that was previously about 4 or 6 inches deep, was now well over a foot deep. And they realized this woman must have been lurking in the shadows in the woods, watching them from 1:30 to 3:30 in the morning. That whole time they were out there kind of warding her off. She was just waiting, just watching them the whole time in the shadows. And as soon as they went into their tent, she must have given it a little bit of time, but then she ran right back over and she ransacked their site. But the strangest thing was, after they looked through all of the stuff she had chucked around, nothing was missing. And there was some pretty expensive stuff that was laying out that she could have taken, but she didn't. After they picked up their site, they went to the park ranger and they told them about what had happened. But the ranger had no idea what to make of it. He'd never heard of such a thing. And so the couple just left that day because they were not about to spend another night here. And to this day, they have no idea why this woman was running onto their site and digging into the ground and rummaging through their stuff. It was like she was just a wild animal. In the early 2000s, a teenager named Eban and his father would regularly go hunting in the Georgia backcountry. When Eban turned 14, his father befriended a very wealthy landowner in Georgia who offered them access to one of his best private hunting areas. And just a couple of days later, on October 5th, Eben and his father would take him up on the offer. They woke up super early and they drove out to the edge of this property that was actually fenced in. They went to a main gate where they had the combo that this guy had given them. They punched in the combo, opened up the gate, drove in, shut the gate, locked it, and then continued down the access road. They followed this road for about 2 miles where it came to a stop right outside of this huge forest. They parked their truck, they got out, they put on their gear, and in the pre-morning darkness began hiking into the woods. Even though they were there primarily to hunt, Eban and his father secretly enjoyed just hiking around the woods and camping out. And any chance they got to extend their hunting trips, they would, even if the hunting wasn't good. And so since they spent a ton of time in the woods together, they noticed almost immediately when they walked into this particular forest that something was off. There were no birds. There were no animals. It was just totally silent. The only sounds they heard that were not them was a single plane that passed overhead. Although they found this very odd, they figured, you know what? This is private property. Not a lot of people are out here. I'm sure as soon as we showed up, the animals were aware of us and they've scattered. They finally made it out to the hunting stand that the owner had told them about. They got all settled in, they were getting ready to see some animals, and all day long, they didn't see a single animal. They didn't hear a single animal. In fact, again, it was just completely silent. Frustrated, they began packing up their stuff, making their way down off the stand. And they started looking for a place to make camp for the night. And Evan's father suggested, well, hey, there's obviously nothing over here. It's been quiet all day. Why don't we walk deeper into the woods a little ways, set up camp there, so tomorrow we have a better chance of seeing some animals. So they hiked for about an hour, farther away from where they parked their truck, and they reached this clearing, which was perfect for setting up their camp. And so they set up their tent, and Eban's father said, hey, we still got some daylight. Do you want to go try our luck and see if we can see some animals out here now? And Eban was like, yeah, why not? So they hiked a little ways away from their campsite, and they set up their blind. And once again, they didn't see any animals. It was totally quiet. And so they turned around, and they started heading back. As soon as they could see their campsite, which really was just their tent, they noticed that their tent was now collapsed. And Eban's father turned to him and said, oh, it must have been the wind. And Eban said, no, it couldn't have been the wind. Because all day today, we have been commenting on how quiet it is and how the fact that there's no weather, no wind, no anything is heightening the fact that it's completely silent. So it could not have been wind. So Eban's father is like, well, when you set the tent up, did you not put the posts into the eyelets? Did you not build it correctly? And Eban was like, no, I've made that tent like 1,000 times. I know it was set up correctly. They walked into their campsite and they looked down at their tent and they were really confused at what they saw. The two rods that go in an X over the top of the tent that thread through nylon loops and then anchor at 4 different points on the base of the tent, well, they had been removed from the 4 corners. And if you know how a tent works, it works on tension. And once you have a rod anchored in 2 points, it doesn't just pop out. It's anchored at 2 sides. It's actually difficult to remove each anchor. Once one is out, the other comes out easily. But basically, the rod would need to break in order for it to come out of those anchor points. Or someone would have to come over and remove it. And they didn't remove them, and none of the rods were broken. Which leaves them with either they failed to set up their tent, even though they had distinct and clear memories of setting it up and double checking it was set up because they put gear inside of it, or someone came over to their campsite while they were gone and undid the 4 corners. They decided, you know what? It can't be some stranger coming over here because we're the only ones with the gate combo. This is private property and no one could have been here. And why would they do that? If they came to our campsite, why would they randomly collapse our tent and then vanish? So it had to be us. We must have not made the tent right. And while they didn't really believe that they had not made their tent right, they convinced themselves that that's what happened because the alternative was just too bizarre and frankly terrifying to consider. So they built their tent again and they made a little fire. And they stayed up for a little while chatting before being tired and saying, okay, let's just go to bed. They extinguished the fire, they got in the tent, and they both fell asleep. A couple hours later, Eban woke up suddenly. And he wasn't sure if he was dreaming or not, but he thought he heard someone laughing a couple 100 meters behind their tent off in the woods. Eban instinctively turned to make sure his dad was still in the tent with him, and he was. And then Eban started listening really intently to what was happening outside. And all he could hear was silence, like it had been since they got in the woods. He didn't hear any more laughter. And so he said, okay, I must have just been dreaming, and there wasn't any laughter out there. And eventually, Eban went back to sleep. A little while later, Eban woke up suddenly again. Except this time, his dad was already awake and looking around anxiously. And Eben sat up and goes, "What's going on?" And his dad goes, "Shh." And he goes, "Can you hear that?" And Eban listened. And to his horror, he heard laughing. He wasn't dreaming before. Eben also realized the laughter was not coming from the same area he had heard it. It was now coming from the opposite direction, and it was a lot closer to them. Eban very quietly and carefully explained to his dad that he had actually heard this laughter a couple hours earlier, and Eban's father turned to Eban and said, "Before we came out here, I asked the owner, should we expect any other hunters or campers or anybody nearby? And the owner said, this is private property and it's fenced in. There is no one there but you guys." After this revelation, they both turned their attention back to just listening because they were hoping this was just going to stop and whatever this was just going to leave. But it didn't leave. They heard footsteps running towards them from way off in the forest. And it was so quiet, it was really easy to hear these footsteps. And whatever this was charging towards them. And then it came to a complete stop, right at the edge of their clearing. At this point, Eben was now grabbing on to his father. Eban's father was holding on to his rifle, and he was getting ready to open the tent to confront whatever was out there. And right before he grabbed the zipper, this person, whatever it was, started laughing again. And it was practically right on top of them. It was so loud, they could hear it clear as day, right there, right outside their tent. And Eban's father took a deep breath. He grabbed the zipper, and as soon as he began moving it, the sound the zipper made caused the laughter to stop. They didn't hear footsteps, so they knew probably something was still out there, but the laughter stopped. Like it recognized that they were making noise. They were right there. They were in the tent. Eban's father froze with his hand on this zipper, and he was debating whether he should go outside or not. And before he could even make that decision, whatever this thing was turned around and ran back into the woods. And it was just gone. And for several minutes, they just sat like that, in total silence, praying that whatever this was gone for good. And after several minutes, when they didn't hear anything, there was no more laughing, there was no more running, Eban's father re-zipped up the tent, put his hand back down, and they were both left just sitting there thinking, what the heck just happened? Eban and his father would stay up all night, and they would barely speak, because whatever this thing was had heard them when they moved the zipper. And so they were really afraid of making any sound, even little sounds, because it was so quiet, sound traveled really far. And they didn't know who or what was out there. And so in silence, holding their guns, they were just waiting for the sun to come up. And as soon as it did, they were up and out of there. Literally running out of the forest, checking over their shoulder the whole time, all the way back to their truck. And so to this day, they have no idea who or what the heck was running around out there. And they told the owner of the property about it, and the owner just said, it's not possible. We have a totally gated and private piece of property, and there are cameras watching the only entrance. And you are the only ones that went in or out over that time period. And prior to that, we monitor this property. Nobody else was in there. In 2016, a 25-year-old Wall Street banker named Matt was camping near Mount Rainier in Washington state. His job was so hectic that in the rare times he got a chance to, he would disappear into the wilderness for a few days to clear his head. Despite living in one of the biggest cities in the world, Matt was actually a very competent outdoorsman. And so for this trip, he decided he would stay way off any trail, deep in the backcountry in random locations. On the first night, he found a nice clearing in the trees, and so he set up his campsite there. He ate some food over his fire, he pitched his tent, climbed inside, and within a few minutes, he was fast asleep. Several hours later, Matt woke up to some strange sounds coming from outside of his tent. It sounded like a couple of animals, or maybe one animal, moving around right outside. And so after a while of just hearing this constant sound, he rolled over and he barely unzipped his tent flap just to look out and see if he could see whatever animal it was. and what he saw shocked him. There was a man sitting in front of his fire pit. There was no fire in his fire pit. And the guy was just sitting there with his hands on his knees, looking straight down, and periodically he would just kick his feet in the ashes of the fire pit, and Matt didn't even know what to do. So he was just looking at him through this little tiny gap in his tent. And this man all of a sudden looked up directly at Matt and made eye contact with him. And the guy's eyes went wide, and he stood up, turned around, and ran away from Matt's campsite. Matt had no idea how to react to this. And so he just quickly unzipped his tent, jumped outside, and shined his light into the forest looking for this guy. He was thinking to himself, who is this guy? I am in the middle of nowhere in the backcountry of Washington State. How long was he sitting outside there for? What does he want? And so as Matt was trying to make sense of this totally weird thing, he was thinking, okay, I'm going to look out and I'm going to see his flashlight somewhere, or I'm going to see his campsite. Maybe he's set up nearby. And he was looking around into the total darkness. He was looking through all the trees. Any light source anywhere out there, he would see. And there was not one. There was no fire, there was no flashlight, there was nothing. And so eventually, Matt went back inside of his tent. He zipped it up, and he was just left kind of dumbfounded. He couldn't understand how some person was just sitting outside of his tent for no apparent reason, and then vanished into the forest without even turning on a flashlight. And so after a very restless night, finally, the sun came up again, and Matt was very relieved. He stepped outside, and after a little bit of time now from this strange incident, Matt started to tell himself that all that was is some guy happened to set up his campsite nearby. It is possible, albeit rare because we're in the backcountry, and maybe he was just intoxicated and he wandered over here, and, stranger things have happened. So that's probably all it was. And so Matt felt like there was nothing to worry about. He packed up his campsite and he began hiking into the forest. Matt didn't have a planned route. Instead, he had a map and a compass, and he began just kind of wandering in the forest, kind of exploring wherever he wanted to go. And over the next 2 days, he covered at least 10, maybe 15 miles in kind of random zigzag directions. He found a nice clearing, and he set up another campsite. That night, he set up a fire, and he was eating some food near his fire. And then, as he was sitting there, he heard rustling coming from behind him. And he was pretty sure it was an animal, so he turned around and he didn't see anything, and he went back to eating his food. And then, a little while later, he heard some more rustling behind him. And this time, he couldn't really just write it off. Clearly, there was something behind him that was moving around. And so he stood up, turned around, and remained motionless, and just listened, expecting to see maybe a deer come out of the woods. But instead, he heard a man's voice come out of the darkness that said, "Do you know how to get to Bell's Canyon?" And Matt's heart started racing. He knew that even though he couldn't see him, it had to be the same guy he saw 2 days ago. Because they were in the middle of nowhere. He hadn't seen any other hikers or campers or anyone. And clearly, this guy had the ability to sneak up on him. And so he was thinking, what does this guy want? I just spent the past 2 days hiking in random directions for 15 miles, and he must have followed me. And so Matt, not knowing what else to do, just said, I don't know where Bell's Canyon is. And then there was silence. And Matt, one part of him was thinking, I hope this guy does not come into the light. I hope he just goes away. The other part of him was thinking, well, maybe this is a different person that is lost, and they're looking for this place called Bell's Canyon. And they'll come into the light, it'll be a big relief, I'll send them on their merry way, and everything will be fine. But as Matt was having this wishful thinking, the voice from the shadows did not come any closer, but instead asked the same question, a bit more forcefully this time. Do you know how to get to Bell's Canyon? This time, Matt did not respond. Now he was scared. This was not some friendly hiker looking for directions. There was something wrong. And so Matt, knowing he was all alone out here, he knew he had to do something to try to take control of this situation. And so he took a deep breath, He reached down and grabbed his flashlight, and in one swift motion, he lifted his light up and shined it in the direction of this guy's voice. And what he saw was this guy from 2 days ago looking out from behind a tree right in Matt's direction. He was hiding from him. And when the light hit him, the man barked at Matt to aim it away. And Matt kind of instinctively lowered his light, but now he was too scared to raise it again. And now he knew it was the same guy. This guy had been following him for 2 days. And so for several minutes, Matt just stood there absolutely terrified. And this guy, he just stayed out there. Matt didn't hear him move. It was just a complete standstill. And then the silence was broken yet again by this voice. Except somehow he had moved even closer to Matt. And when he came through asking the same question, do you know how to get to Bell's Canyon? His voice was so close to Matt that Matt got scared and raised his light up. And the man was standing just a few feet away from him. And this time, the man's eyes got wide like they did the first time they saw Matt. And he turned around and he ran into the forest again. Matt, not knowing any better, just began running after him. But he only ran for about 30 seconds before he realized the terrain out here was so rough, he was going to fall, get hurt, he was going to get lost. And this guy was already long gone. He had somehow managed to run immediately so far away, and so Matt just went back to his campsite, and he was thinking to himself, what do I do? I have no cell phone service. I'm at least 3 days away from my car. And I'm in the middle of nowhere. No one even knows where I am because I didn't chart a course, I didn't tell anyone where I was going to be. And so Matt just grabbed his knife and stood in the middle of the campsite. And for hours and hours, he just kept looking around, expecting this guy to just show up again or start speaking to him from somewhere out in the darkness. It was absolutely horrifying. Finally, by about 3 a.m, Matt was so tired that he had to go to sleep. He hadn't heard this guy again. He didn't see him again. And he figured, I need a little bit of sleep because tomorrow he was going to pack up his campsite and begin this epic journey back to his car. And so he climbed in his tent and he had a very restless next couple of hours. Then the sun came up. Matt jumped out of his tent, packed up his stuff, and began practically running in the direction of his car. All day as he was hiking, Matt kept looking over his shoulder, expecting to see this guy, because clearly he had followed him for multiple days over 15 miles. And so the likelihood that he was still following him was really high. And so all day, Matt just felt like he was being watched. He was totally terrified. And then the sun started to go down, and Matt knew he would have to camp out again. And so he found a clearing in the trees, he set up his campsite, and he was so tired from running basically all day and being so mentally exhausted from this experience that he just got in his tent and fell asleep very quickly. But several hours later, he woke up to the sound of somebody walking around his tent. And he knew it had to be this guy. He was still in the middle of nowhere. He wasn't even close to the parking lot yet. And so this guy was still following him. And so Matt sat up in his tent, he clutched his knife, and for hours and hours and hours, all night, this guy just walked around his campsite, and then around 4 or 5 in the morning, he scampered off. When the sun finally came up, Matt leapt out of his tent, packed up his stuff, and literally just began running in the direction of his car, hoping that maybe he could get there before needing to camp out one more night. And so all day as he moved, he was looking over his shoulder, knowing this guy was following him. At this point, it wasn't even a question. He was somewhere in the forest, but he could never see him. And unfortunately, as the sun was setting, he knew he was not going to be able to make it to his car. He was just too far away. And so at some point, when it got too dark to keep moving, he had to find a clearing and set up his tent again. And so Matt climbed inside of his tent, he zipped it up behind him, he grabbed his knife, and he sat there expecting to hear this guy come walking around. But after several hours, he didn't hear him. And Matt started to wonder, maybe this guy had left me alone finally. Maybe he's not following me anymore. And so Matt, who was totally exhausted, laid down to go to sleep. And then as he was laying there from somewhere out in the woods, do you know how to get to Bell's Canyon? Matt immediately sat up. His heart began racing so fast that he actually was concerned he might have a heart attack. And he didn't know what to do. He didn't know what to say. So he just sat there holding his knife. And then this guy began running past his campsite, making animal sounds. And he would stop periodically and moan and grunt, and he'd kick up leaves. And then he'd run past his campsite again, over and over and over again, until the sun finally came up, and this guy scampered off back into the woods. Matt didn't waste any time. He leapt out of his tent, packed his stuff up, and ran all the way back to his car. When he finally got inside of his car, shut the door, and locked it, he cried tears of joy. He was so unbelievably relieved, and he peeled out of the parking lot. He got to a nearby hotel, he finally got cell phone reception, and he considered calling the police about this guy. But he thought, what am I going to tell them? He didn't commit a crime, he was just terrifying. And so he decided not to call the police. He finally flew back to New York, and he just had to accept that there was some strange guy out in the wilderness of Washington state who was able to hunt him over 3 days and 30 miles in rugged terrain without the use of a flashlight, without any gear. And all he ever said to Matt was, "Do you know how to get to Bell's Canyon?" In the summer of 1906, there was this couple, Dr. William Clark and his wife, Harriet. They were up in northwestern Connecticut, and they were driving along this winding country road in a place called Litchfield County. As they were driving along, it was so scenic and beautiful, with rolling hills and green everywhere. What they were doing was looking for a location in this area that could serve as a location for their second home. Dr. Clark was an oncologist, and they lived back in New York City, where he and his wife lived kind of a fabulous life. He was super successful. He was not only an oncologist, he was a big-time professor as well. And so they lived this amazing life in New York. But their lives were really hectic. New York City is a hectic place. Add in the fact that they were very social people, always going out and going to functions and this and that. And so they had some extra money, and they wanted to buy or build a second home that would kind of serve as their retreat away from the city. After looking all around the country, they found Litchfield County was kind of like the opposite of New York City. Very few people were living there at the time, and again, it was this beautiful, scenic place. And so it just seemed kind of like the perfect spot. So again, Dr. Clark and Harriet, they're just driving along on a beautiful day. And they eventually, in Litchfield County, they reach this beautiful red wood-covered bridge, and they go over it. And when they got to the other side, their field of view opened up, because there weren't as many trees right on the other side of this bridge. And they suddenly had this view up and to the right, maybe half a mile away or something, of this weirdly shaded forest. Now you have to remember that basically everywhere they were looking, there were trees everywhere. It was very densely forested. But there was just this one kind of rise, like a pretty big prominent hill that was really dark, like totally shaded. And it was because there were two mountains or two hills on either side of it, almost creating like a valley. And so it just looked like, wow, that's a very shaded forest. And as you'll see, it's actually called the Dark Entry Forest, in part because of how shaded it is. And so they had just come out of this bridge, and they were seeing this area up on this hill. There were no buildings, nothing. It was just trees. And there was just something immediately about it that really stood out to Dr. Clark and his wife. And they noticed that the road they were on, there appeared to be like an access road that kind of splintered off the road they were on that appeared to go up into that forest, the Dark Entry Forest. And so they looked at each other and they were like, hey, let's go up there. Maybe that's the place where we can find our spot for our second home. And so Dr. Clark pulled off the main road, went on the access road, and he began making his way up towards this kind of darkened forest area. And really quickly, the road itself was very overgrown. At first, it seemed like it was relatively well maintained, but the farther up they went towards this dark forest, the rougher it got. To the point where Dr. Clark couldn't even drive on it. There were too many potholes and everything. So they ended up pulling the car over and parking. And at this point, they were actually in a bit of a clearing, and they could actually see up ahead of them where they parked. It looked almost like an entry point to the forest. The tree line was right in front of them, and there was kind of like a gap in the trees where this rugged road kind of continued into the forest, and they continued walking on foot towards the entry of this forest. Again, it was a beautiful, scenic, very sunny, beautiful day. They were super excited. And they walked into the shade of the forest, and right away, it was like all the sunlight basically vanished. But not in a spooky way, kind of like they lowered the brightness slightly. And it was very quiet. The canopy in Dark Entry Forest is known for being really, really thick, and so not much light was pushing through. But it created almost like they were walking into a bubble. It was just pure, unadulterated silence and peace. And as they were walking on this road, which quickly became mostly like a little path, it didn't even look like a road at some point. It was just kind of like grass that had been pushed down. Clearly, not many people or anything were coming into this forest, at least not from this direction. And as they were walking along, they were looking around, and they were like, this place is so beautiful. I mean, it was already beautiful, but this was especially beautiful. Like they walked maybe a couple hundred feet into the forest, and off to their right was this apple orchard. Untouched, no one was taking these apples. It was just like a wild apple orchard. And there were deer that were just eating the apples off the tree. And they were looking over at Dr. Clark and his wife, and they were completely unafraid. They didn't see people, so this was not terrifying for them. Deer just eating their apples. And then on the other side of the road, there were these huge fields full of flowers that, again, trees were everywhere, but there were all these flowers at the bases of the trees. Lilies and roses and yellow bitter tansies, or things, that's what they're called. So all these beautiful flowers. And then at some point, as they walked a little bit farther into this Dark Entry Forest, the sunlight that was poking through, it was hitting the ground in such a way that it was actually sparkling. Because this forest was actually on a hillside, and there was this mineral called mica. If you're familiar, it's like this little translucent, it almost looks like kind of clouded glass that's actually a mineral that comes from the ground. And when the sunlight hits it, it kind of looks like it sparkles. And so they were looking around at these wild animals that were unafraid of them, and flowers, and there were babbling brooks and streams. I mean, it was like out of a Disney movie. This was like a perfect place. And so by the time the couple came out of Dark Entry Forest, and this was only, they walked around for maybe an hour or so, by the time they were coming out, they were completely sold that that was going to be where they went ahead and bought their land to build a second home. And so they went back to New York City, and they put in the paperwork to buy the land. And they bought 1,000 acres in this forest, which is ridiculous to imagine, just casually buying 1,000 acres anywhere. But they did. They bought their 1,000 acres. And as soon as they had it, as soon as it was finalized, Dr. Clark began calling around to all these builders, local builders in Connecticut, that could help him build his home. And he had no intention of building some humongous home. They bought a huge amount of land, but they only wanted to build a small cabin. But despite the job being relatively simple, and despite Dr. Clark offering quite a bit of money to anybody who was willing to go out there and build this for him, none of the builders would do it. They never really gave a straight answer to Dr. Clark about why they would not go into Dark Entry Forest. But universally, no one would do it. And so Dr. Clark, he definitely was discouraged by that, but he just kind of chalked it up to, okay, so obviously it's kind of an isolated place. It's relatively hard to get into Dark Entry Forest. And where they had bought this land, it was pretty far into the forest. And so he just decided, okay, it just might not be worth it for them. It's logistically kind of a nightmare. They don't want to do it. And so Dr. Clark was undeterred, and he decided he would just build the house himself. Dr. Clark, he grew up on a farm in New Jersey. He was a very handy guy. He had built buildings before, so this was something he could do. And so over the next several months, every weekend, Dr. Clark would make his way on his own to Dark Entry Forest. And it also was full of owls that were hooting all the time. So there was like this audio of being in this forest, which was really intense. Like there were owls hooting constantly. And actually, Dr. Clark and Harriet thought it was really cute that these owls, it seemed like they were almost personally greeting them as they came into the forest. And so Dr. Clark, every weekend for several months, he would go into Dark Entry Forest and be greeted by the owls. And he would go to the land where the 1,000-acre land was, and actually he had identified this one kind of flat spot in the 1,000 acres that was good for building a home. And so the first thing he did over these several weekends he was out there is he just cut down this massive swath of hemlock trees, just kind of clearing out that flat area. And then he chopped up the trees, he cut down into lumber, and he used that to build a rustic, simple 2-story cabin. And then after this cabin was built, kind of up on this hill, there happened to be another hill not too far away from the cabin where there was a freshwater spring right at the top. And so Dr. Clark, he went up and laid piping from the freshwater spring down to his cabin, so they had fresh water in the cabin. And then down the hill from where the cabin was constructed was a small brook, and Dr. Clark, he found himself always going down and just staring into this beautiful brook because there were all these trout, because nobody fished out here. This was like an abandoned place, basically. There were all these trout just swimming around, unencumbered, just leaping out of the water. And so he ended up actually building a swimming pool right next to the brook, specifically so he could sit in the swimming pool and watch the trout. And so by Thanksgiving of that year, so 1906, by Thanksgiving, the property was done. The cabin had been built, everything was done. And so that holiday season, Dr. Clark and Harriet and their whole family would come out and they would spend the holidays, sitting in their pool, watching the trout and just having a wonderful time. And really, for many years, every summer and every major holiday, the Clark family would come out to their beautiful Dark Entry cabin and they would stay there. And it was really perfect. That is until 1918. In 1918, in the summer, Dr. Clark and Harriet were at their cabin and they were having a nice time when Dr. Clark got word that he was actually being called back to New York City for an emergency. Remember, he's an oncologist, so these things happen. And he was called back. And for whatever reason, Harriet, who normally likely would have joined him and just gone back to New York with him, she decided to stay. I mean, they had been coming here for years by this point, so she probably felt somewhat comfortable. Although admittedly, she was very unhappy about this. She didn't want to be there alone. But again, she decided to stay. But she told Dr. Clark, because she didn't know how long he would actually be in New York, and he didn't really know either, but she said, "You have to promise me you'll be back here as soon as you possibly can." And Dr. Clark would tell her that, I'll do my best, should be back here in maybe, a couple of days from now. And I promise you, I will come home as soon as I possibly can. And so Dr. Clark packed up his things, and he and his wife, they left their cabin. They walked their way down the trail, listening to the owls and looking at the mica sparkling on the ground. And they left the forest, and they made their way to a nearby train station, which actually was not that far away from the entry to the forest. And Harriet dropped off her husband, and she watched as he boarded and it began taking off, and he disappeared to go to New York. And Dr. Clark, as he's vanishing, traveling on this train, he's thinking to himself that, okay, I'll be in New York just for a couple of days, I'll be home, I'll be back in no time. Little did he know, over the course of time he was going to be in New York, his wife would endure something that is just truly horrifying. So before I explain to you what happened after Dr. Clark left, you need to understand some history about this forest. History that Dr. Clark and Harriet did not look into before deciding to purchase these 1,000 acres. Because had they done the research into this area, they likely would not have bought the land. So there actually used to be a town that was settled in the Dark Entry Forest. It was called Dudleytown, and it was settled in the 1740s. And at first, it was just a couple of families just getting by. But pretty quickly, it grew to about 30 families and several structures and houses and the whole 9 yards. It was a small community inside of this beautiful forest, and things were great. You know, for a small town in the 1700s, things were stable. But starting in the end of the 1700s, like in the 1790s, up till about the 1800s, things started to go really, really badly in Dudleytown. And in fact, because of how badly it went, it earned this conclusion that Dudleytown had to be cursed. And that lore had spread around, which is actually why those builders refused to do the work for Dr. Clark, because they believed it was a cursed place. So this is what led to it being believed to be cursed. And I'll tell you, it's pretty creepy. So it started with the Carter family. The Carter family was a big family inside of Dudleytown. And it was in 1792, there was this cholera epidemic that broke out in this small town. And 6 members of the Carter family died really suddenly from cholera. And the remaining members of the Carter family, which was significant, I think there were a dozen people still left, might have been a few less than that, but a pretty good chunk of people, they were so grief-stricken from the loss that they decided to just literally abandon their houses in Dudleytown and go back to New York City, where they happened to be from as well, same as Dr. Clark. But as soon as they got to New York, they were massacred by natives that lived in the area. And the only people that survived this massacre were 3 children. And the 3 children were kidnapped and never seen again. And so that was the start of bad things happening to people in Dudleytown. The next thing that happened is there was a guy named Hollister. We don't know his last name, but he either fell off a roof or he was pushed. We don't really know. But either way, he died. But he died on or near another person's home, whose name was Tanner. So Hollister died, and died on or near Tanner's home. And after Hollister died, which again, it was shrouded in mystery, Tanner, the owner of the home where this guy died, he began talking obsessively, and it's documented, obsessively about strange creatures lurking around the tree line inside of Dark Entry Forest, right around Dudleytown, every night. That was all he saw. So a guy dies, and all of a sudden, Tanner is noticing all these strange creatures. And he's telling everybody in town that there's something going on here. Nobody believed him. And so slowly, Tanner, every night, he would see whatever he was seeing, and it drove him insane, completely insane, to the point where he couldn't even function, and his wife and his daughter had to take care of him until he passed away. And as Tanner was losing his mind, his next-door neighbor, whose name was Abel, began to talk as well about these creatures that were coming to the edge of the tree line surrounding Dudleytown most nights. And just like Tanner, Abel as well slowly lost his mind over these creatures because nobody believed him. And then all the way up until just past the 1800s, so many people just randomly died in Dudleytown. Some from disease, for sure, but others, they'd just be found dead. And then many people as well began citing these strange creatures that were lurking all around. By 1900, the only family that was still alive in Dudleytown was this family called the Brophies. And it was a fairly big family. And the mother, she suddenly died of cholera. The 2 sons, they were accused of theft in another town and then fled and vanished. And so literally it was down to John Brophy, the actual last person who was living in Dudleytown. And one night, he didn't know why, apparently, but his cabin burned to the ground. And after his cabin, or while his cabin was burning, people were called out, they saw the smoke, they came out to put out this fire. And the last anyone saw of John, who had lost his whole family, he'd lost everything, is he just turned and walked deeper and deeper into the forest and was never seen again. and no one could find him. That was it. And that was the last person who lived in Dudleytown. And that marked the moment that Dudleytown went from still being occupied to being a literal ghost town. And you can actually look up the newspaper article that documented the moment when Dudleytown became a ghost town. No one lived there. A few years later is when Dr. Clark and Harriet were taking their stroll through Litchfield County and up into Dark Entry Forest and saying, wow, this is the place for us. And they saw the ruins of Dudleytown. They walked past the crumbling foundations of these old homes, and there were all these remnants of this town that was still there. But much the way they viewed the owls as being kind of charming, they also viewed this rundown old town that was gone as kind of cute. And it made them want to stay there more. So they were aware of the town, but didn't do the research. Apparently, Dudleytown was cursed, and that is where they bought their land. So fast forward to 1918. Dr. Clark, he's left for this emergency trip to New York, and it would turn out he was only needed in New York for 36 hours. It was as short as he could have expected it to be. So less than 2 days later, keeping his word to his wife, he was back on a train and he was heading back to that stop where Harriet had dropped him off near the Dark Entry Forest. And although this was rare, that doctor, Clark would leave his wife in the cabin. He expected her to be waiting for him at the train station. They didn't have an exact time that he was going to be there because it wasn't entirely planned, but he had said, I'll be here in like 1 or 2 days max. And so he just kind of expected his wife to check the schedule and be at the train platform. But as he's pulling into the station, he sees his wife is not there. Now, this was not some huge cause for concern, but it was enough of a red flag that as he's pulling into the station, Dr. Clark was thinking, something feels off. And so he ended up going from the train station, and he actually walked the rest of the way. He didn't take a car or anything. He walked to that access road and made his way up to the entry of Dark Entry Forest. And as soon as he walked into the forest, so it was daylight out, he stepped into the canopy and it was dark again. And remember, it used to feel so welcoming and wonderful going into that forest. It was so peaceful. But now it had a different feel. He stepped into the forest and suddenly it felt threatening. It felt ominous. And the owls that were hooting the whole time he stepped in, it didn't feel like they were greeting him. It felt like they were telling him to leave. But he had to find his wife, and he was thinking, she's up at the cabin, that's where we need to go. And so he began kind of jogging, fast walking. He was getting a little nervous through the forest. And as he was moving through, the sounds of these owls were getting louder and louder and louder and more threatening. Until finally, when he got to the clearing, when he could actually look up and see where he built his cabin up on this hill, it was like a cacophony of noise. It was just constant hooting, almost like it didn't even sound like hooting. It was just a loud sound that was constant. And so Dr. Clark was starting to panic. But he got even more panicked when he looked up at the cabin. He didn't see his wife, but he saw the front door to this cabin was slightly ajar. And so Dr. Clark, he ran the rest of the way up the hill, owls hooting the whole time. He got to the door, and he was terrified. He knew there was something wrong here, but he got the courage, he opened up the front door, and the second he stepped into this home, which he had loved and spent years and years in with his family, he stepped in, and everything was different. Instead of it being peaceful, he now felt this almost high-pitched sound, like inside of his head for a second. And he was confused. And then he heard what sounded like maniacal laughter coming from the second floor. He didn't see anybody on the first floor. He thought it was his wife. And so he charged upstairs. He got to the landing, and he saw the door to his bedroom, where he would expect his wife to be, was slightly open. And he could hear this laughter coming from inside of this room, this maniacal, crazy, loud, high-pitched laughter. And he was totally panicked. He went to the door, and he opened it up. And there, in the back corner of the bedroom, was his wife. And she was in the fetal position. And her mouth had been opened as wide as it could go. And the laughter that he was hearing was coming out of her body, but her jaw wasn't moving. Her chest was heaving, and this maniacal laughter was just coming out of her as she stared him dead in the eyes. And so Dr. Clark, he was so terrified at what he was seeing and all the hooting and all this craziness going on that he just turned and ran away. We don't know what happened to Harriet Clark over those 36 hours that her husband was gone, but something happened to her. And when she was taken away from this cabin, the only thing she would say is, the strange creatures kept coming back. I kept seeing strange creatures, the same thing that all the people in Dudleytown had said that caused them to flee the town. And so we don't know exactly what became of Harriet. There is one account that says she was forever. She went to a mental hospital and stayed there until she passed. Another account says she went back to New York with Dr. Clark, where she took her life. But either way, the final thing was she claimed to have seen the strange creatures and lost her mind as well. Following this story, Dark Entry Forest really took on this unbelievable legend. I mean, people knew about this story. They knew about the legend of the 1700s and 1800s, but this felt recent. This was a documented case of this doctor's wife. And so it spawned a lot of people going into Dark Entry Forest to see what's out there. And lots of people who went into that forest before it became illegal reported feeling phantom hands slapping them on the back and feeling really intense pockets of cold air. And actually, the very famous paranormal couple, Ed and Lorraine Warren, in the 1970s, they went out and ran a special series about what happened in the Dark Entry Forest. And they came out and said, absolutely, that forest is demonically possessed. Thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you thought of today's episode in the comments. And remember, we have a whole playlist of true crime episodes ready for you to binge right now. Until next time. See ya. In the fall of 2002, a 19-year-old woman named Gemma Houghton was just starting a brand new chapter of her life. She had just moved into her dorm room at the prestigious University of Manchester in England to begin her freshman year. Like a lot of new students, her first couple of months at the university were pretty quiet and uneventful. She was really there to learn, so she spent almost all of her time with her head in the books, focusing on her studies. Because of this, she hadn't really gone out of her way to meet new people or make a lot of new friends. She was finding her footing, getting used to a new place and a new routine. But then, in early 2003, about halfway through her first year, everything changed. One afternoon, she was standing just outside of her dorm building, probably just taking a break from studying, when a boy she had never seen before walked right up to her. He was tall, very handsome, and had this incredibly charming way about him. He just smiled and introduced himself. He said his name was Ian Redmond, and he was a senior at the school. And as it turned out, he actually lived in the very same building that she did. He said he'd seen her around and just wanted to finally say hello. Now, Gemma wasn't actively looking for a boyfriend at the time. Her focus was on her education. But she couldn't deny that she was immediately attracted to Ian. There was just something about him. And Ian would later say that the feeling was completely mutual. From his perspective, the moment he saw her, he knew he had to talk to her. This one single chance encounter, a simple hello outside of a dorm, would end up blossoming into a full-fledged romantic relationship. They started spending more and more time together. They would study in the library, grab coffee between classes, and just walk around the campus talking for hours. They were a perfect match. He was a bit older and more experienced with university life, and he helped her navigate her freshman year. She brought a fresh energy and a quiet determination that he really admired. Their relationship was one of those easy, natural ones that just felt right from the very beginning. And so their love story continued well after they both left the University of Manchester. They were inseparable. 6 years after that first meeting, on Christmas Eve of 2009, Ian asked Gemma to marry him. She, of course, said yes, It was a moment they had both been dreaming of. That very same year they got engaged, the couple reached another huge milestone. For years and years, both Ian and Gemma had been incredibly diligent about saving their money. They weren't big spenders, they were focused on building a future together. They were able to pool all of their savings and buy a house together. It wasn't a brand new glamorous house. In fact, it was a fairly beat-up cottage in a small, quiet town in England. It needed a lot of work. The paint was peeling, the floors were creaky, and the garden was overgrown. But Ian and Gemma didn't see it as a run-down house. They saw it as a canvas. They were actually very excited to do all the work themselves. They looked at this as an amazing opportunity to make the house exactly the way they wanted it, to pour their own personalities into every wall and every floorboard. More than that, it was a chance for them to spend quality time together, working as a team towards a shared goal. So, for the next 2 years, during all of their free time, on weekends and evenings after their regular jobs, Ian and Gemma would work on their home. They learned how to do plumbing, they put up drywall, they painted and sanded and gardened. It was hard, exhausting work, but they did it all together, laughing and learning along the way. They turned this dilapidated cottage into their own personal sanctuary. Then, finally, in August of 2011, right before their actual wedding day, they finished the last of the renovations. Their home was finally done. It was perfect. And so, they got married. Literally, right after their wedding reception, instead of heading straight to an airport for a honeymoon, they just moved right into their dream home that night. Their first night as a married couple was spent in the house they had built together. For the next couple of days, the newlyweds just got to enjoy being husband and wife for the very first time, all within the walls of their perfect home. It was a blissful, peaceful time. But the celebration wasn't over yet. It was time for their honeymoon. In addition to saving up for the down payment on their home, the couple had also set aside money specifically for a honeymoon. They wanted it to be an incredible, once-in-a-lifetime vacation, a surreal reward for all their years of hard work. After a lot of thought, they decided to go to Seychelles. It's this beautiful island nation in the Indian Ocean, a place that many people say has the most beautiful beaches in the entire world. It was the perfect escape. So on August 10th, the couple hopped on a plane and flew to Seychelles. When they landed, they checked into their resort, and it was unbelievable. It was this incredible place that overlooked a perfect beach with brilliant white sand and crystal clear turquoise waters. It was like something out of a postcard. After getting checked in and dropping off their bags, the couple went down to a restaurant right by the ocean. They were having a bite to eat, just sitting there listening to the waves, and they were probably thinking to themselves, this is it. This is going to be the best vacation ever. During the first week of their trip, the couple was very active. They were full of energy and wanted to see everything. They spent their days exploring the island, going out on different excursions like boat trips and hiking. They tried lots of different local restaurants. They were just all over the place, soaking in every moment of their honeymoon. And so, come Tuesday, August 16th, which marked the start of their second and final week, the couple was feeling a little bit tired from all that activity. They decided that today they would just have a lazy, relaxing day at the beach. No plans, no schedule, just sun and sand. So that morning, the couple grabbed their swimsuits, their towels, and a couple of beach chairs. They left the resort and headed down to the beach that was right outside their door. After finding a decent spot on the sand, they set up their chairs and towels and put their things down. Gemma laid down on one of the chairs to begin sunbathing, just ready to relax and read a book. Ian, on the other hand, was excited to get in the water. He grabbed his fins and his snorkel, leaned over and kissed Gemma on the cheek, and said he was going to go for a swim. Gemma remembers watching Ian as he walked across the beach toward the water. She watched as he stopped right at the edge of the waves and started to put on his big flippers and adjust his snorkel mask. She remembers just smiling to herself as he did that classic awkward flipper walk into the water. It was a funny, endearing sight. And as she watched him wade out into the ocean, she just thought to herself how incredibly lucky she was to be married to such an amazing guy. She really truly loved him so much. After Ian had finally gotten into the water and had begun his snorkeling journey exploring the clear waters, Gemma laid back in her chair. The sun was warm, the sound of the gentle waves was soothing, and she began to doze off to sleep. A little while later, though, Gemma suddenly woke up. She was startled by a sound. It almost sounded like someone sneezing, but really, really loudly. It was a sharp, strange noise that cut through the peaceful atmosphere of the beach. Instinctively, she sat up and scanned the waterline, looking for her husband. But all she saw were other tourists in the water, swimming and snorkeling and just having a good time. She couldn't see Ian anywhere among them. And then she heard it. A male voice was calling out for help. It was coming from off to her right, towards the top of the beach, but pretty far away from her. She turned, her heart starting to pound, and she saw him. It was Ian. He was about 60 feet away from the sand, so he was well out into the water. He appeared to be kind of hunched forward, with one of his arms sort of submerged in the water, and he was waving his other arm frantically in the air. It looked like he was stuck on something, maybe caught on some rocks. But before Gemma could even get up or process what to do, before she could run to him or call for help, Ian just began to scream. It was a scream of pure agony and terror, a sound that no one on that beach would ever forget. When Ian began screaming, there was a surgeon who happened to be on vacation at this same beach. He was in a small boat nearby where Ian was. He heard the terrible screams and immediately motored his boat over to Ian. The surgeon and another man who was in the boat with him managed to pull Ian out of the water. They got him onto the boat, and Ian was alive, he was conscious, but the sight was horrific. He was missing his entire left arm. He was missing the majority of his left thigh. And there was a huge chunk of his midsection that was just gone. It would turn out that Ian had been attacked by a bull shark, one of the most aggressive and dangerous shark species in the world. That strange, loud sneezing sound that Gemma had heard, the sound that had startled her awake, was the sound Ian had made through his snorkel at the exact moment the shark first bit down on him. The surgeon rushed Ian to the shore. He pulled him out of the boat and got him onto the sand and immediately began trying to save his life, applying pressure to the catastrophic wounds. At the same time, Gemma had come running up the beach. She managed to push her way through the crowd that was quickly forming around her husband. She dropped down to her knees on the sand right next to him. Ian, at this point, was still alive and he was still conscious. He was very, very badly hurt, but he was looking up and he was clearly making eye contact with Gemma. And Gemma, she was looking down at her husband, making clear eye contact right back with him. They didn't really say much. It was like this horrible, surreal moment where all they could do was just be there, together, in the final seconds of his life. And so, during this kind of silent, heartbreaking acknowledgement of their love and their tragic fate, Ian would ultimately pass away right there on the beach with his wife by his side. It would later turn out that over the past few weeks, there had been a rash of shark attacks at this very beach, including one other fatal attack on another tourist. Shark attacks in Seychelles were so incredibly rare, so unheard of, that authorities believed this had to be the work of one single rogue bull shark. They believed it was one shark that was responsible for all of these attacks. And because this shark had not yet been captured or killed, the country had actually instituted a temporary ban on swimming at this beach and a few other nearby beaches. But for whatever reason, the ban had not been communicated effectively to the tourists. The resorts hadn't made it clear. There were no prominent signs. And so, the ban was not being enforced. Gemma and Ian had absolutely no idea that the water was a dangerous place to be. They had just looked out, saw all the other tourists swimming and splashing around, and believed it was totally safe. When in reality, it obviously wasn't. Gemma would quickly return to England, her honeymoon and her life shattered. She would host her husband's funeral in the exact same church where she and he had been married, so full of hope and happiness just 10 days earlier. In 1986, 35 million Americans went to see the brand new movie Crocodile Dundee. It was a comedy that starred this very capable and rugged Australian crocodile hunter who travels to New York City. The film was a massive hit. One of the 35 million Americans who saw this film was a 24-year-old model from Virginia named Ginger Meadows. After seeing the movie, with its stunning landscapes and charismatic hero, Ginger felt deeply inspired. She wanted to actually go to Australia to see the incredible country for herself because it just looked so amazing on the big screen. So, a couple of months later, in March of 1987, Ginger, traveling all by herself, hopped on a plane and flew to Perth, which is a major city in Western Australia. Her plan was simple and adventurous. She would land in Australia, work various odd jobs to make a little bit of cash, and then use that cash to fund her travels all over the country. Then, at some point, whenever she felt like she was tired of doing that, she would just head back to the United States. She was young, independent, and ready for an adventure. She landed in Perth, and right away she saw her first opportunity to make some money. There had been a huge sailing competition in the city leading up to the weekend she arrived there. As a result, she saw all these beautiful luxury yachts anchored at the docks all along the coastline. Ginger thought to herself, you know, these huge ships, they have crews that work on them basically full time. Maybe one of these boats could use an extra set of hands. And so Ginger, who was very friendly and outgoing and not afraid to take a chance, went right down to one of these docks. She stopped in front of the very first yacht she saw, which was this huge luxury 100-foot vessel. She walked right up and introduced herself to the captain of the boat. She said, hey, can I hitch a ride with you guys to the next place you're going? And in exchange, I'll work for you. I'll do whatever you need. As it happened, the captain was actually looking for another crew member to help their chef in the galley. So he looked at her and said, okay, well, can you cook? And Ginger confidently said, yeah, I'm a great cook. And he said, okay, well, you're hired. You can be the chef's assistant. And just like that, Ginger's Australian adventure took an unexpected turn. She climbed on board and met the rest of the 5 other crew members. This included the head chef she'd be working with, a woman named Jane. The 2 of them would become very close friends during their time on the yacht. Shortly after Ginger had come aboard, the captain cast off their lines and they headed out to sea. Their next major stop was going to be New Guinea, which was roughly a 14-day journey away. After about a week at sea, the captain realized they were running dangerously low on fresh water. This was a serious problem in the middle of the ocean. So he decided to take a detour. He turned the yacht east and headed inland, navigating along a river system that he knew would eventually bring them to a large freshwater pool. He also knew that this pool had a huge, beautiful waterfall that dumped down into it. So he figured they could just take the yacht's small boat, go right underneath this waterfall, and fill up their jugs with all the fresh water they needed. Then they could head back out to the open sea, and they'd be good to go. So, on the morning of March 29th, the captain anchored the massive yacht out at sea near the mouth of this river system. Then he lowered the yacht's dinghy, which is a much smaller, more agile boat, into the water. Once that was ready, he, Ginger, Jane, and the rest of the crew all hopped into this dinghy along with a bunch of large, empty water jugs. They began making their way from the ocean into the river. They traveled up this river for a little while, surrounded by the rugged Australian wilderness. And then, finally, they arrived at this huge freshwater pool. Right in front of them was the amazing waterfall the captain had described. Everybody was just totally awestruck by the sight of it. It was like a hidden gem in the middle of nowhere. They were in a very remote, very rugged part of Australia at this point, and to see something so beautiful was breathtaking. The captain brought the dinghy right up near the base of the waterfall. One by one, they held up their empty water jugs and filled them with the cool, fresh water. Once all the jugs were full, they were about to turn around and go back out to sea to get back on their yacht. But then the captain had an idea. He thought to himself, you know what? We've been at sea for 7 days straight. It's been very monotonous, just the same routine day in and day out. Maybe it would be a good thing to stick around here for a little bit longer. Maybe we could even hike up to the top of this waterfall and enjoy the view, just enjoy the scenery for a bit before we head back out to sea. So he said to his crew, hey, do you guys want to go to the top of this waterfall? And everyone agreed it was a great idea. It sounded like a fun little adventure. Everyone, that is, with the exception of Jane. She just didn't feel like hiking to the top of a waterfall. She said she would stay down in the dinghy and wait for them. Now, this pool was basically surrounded on all sides by sheer cliff faces. There really wasn't any place to land the dinghy. There were no flat surfaces, no beach, nothing. You basically had cliffs that went directly into the water, and then you had the river that fed back out to the ocean. So the captain maneuvered the dinghy right up against the cliff face, right next to the waterfall. He, Ginger, and the other crew members, not including Jane, carefully climbed out of the dinghy and onto this cliff face. They began climbing, literally climbing up this steep rock wall towards the top of the waterfall. Now, everyone was able to do it, except for Ginger. She kept slipping on the wet rocks. It was very steep, and it seemed kind of dangerous, and she wasn't an experienced climber. So at some point, she abandoned the idea and carefully made her way back down to the dinghy to wait with Jane. The captain and the rest of the crew, they continued their climb up towards the top. So as Ginger and Jane were sitting there in the dinghy, watching the other crew members making their way up the cliff, they started feeling a little bit left out. They were like, you know what? Let's try to find an alternate way up to the top of this waterfall, an easier way. So they began scanning out across the pool, looking at the other cliffs that surrounded it. It looked like on the very other side of the pool, there was a less severe cliff face, one that maybe they would have an easier time climbing up. So the two women, in a spontaneous decision, jumped into the murky brown water. They began swimming directly across this pool towards this other cliff. When they made it about a third of the way across, Jane suddenly stopped swimming. Ginger noticed and turned around in the water and looked at Jane. She was like, what's going on? And Jane would tell her, something just feels off. This doesn't feel right. Let's go back to the dinghy. Let's just forget about this. But Ginger was so close to her goal. She was like, come on, we're so close. Let's just keep going. It'll be awesome once we get to the top of this waterfall. So Jane, she was totally hesitant, but she didn't want to let her friend down. She said, okay, fine. And they both continued to swim. And then all of a sudden, they heard their captain, who was now at the very top of the waterfall, screaming down to them. He was yelling to get out of the water right now. And they noticed he was pointing down at the pool in a direction slightly away from where they were. So they're looking up at him, confused, and they're following his finger down to the part of the pool he's pointing at. And that's when they saw it. There was this tidal wave of water coming towards them. It was a 12-foot-long saltwater crocodile that had noticed them in the water, and it was charging straight at them. Now, Jane and Ginger knew they were way too far away from the dinghy to be able to swim back to it before this crocodile was going to reach them. So their next best choice was just to turn and swim as fast as they could towards the nearest cliff face. Because again, there was no place to get out of the water. There were only cliffs. So they swam frantically towards this cliff face, which was right on the edge of the bottom of the waterfall. Water from the falls was landing on them as they reached the rocks. They were trying to climb up, trying to pull themselves out of the water, but there was nowhere to grab onto. The rock face was all totally slick with moss and water. There were no good handholds. All they had was this little ledge that was just under the water's surface that they could stand on, but they were still halfway in the water. After they struggled for a minute, desperately trying to pull themselves out of the water, and they realized they couldn't do it, they both just turned around. They locked arms, standing on that ledge together, and they looked out through the curtain of water that was falling down in front of them, out into the pool. And they saw this crocodile had followed them. It had now stopped, right on the other side of the falling water, and it was just staring at them with its mouth wide open, showing rows of sharp teeth. The two women are looking at it, frozen in terror. They don't know what to do. The captain and the other crew members, they see what's going on, and they're trying to climb down the cliff as fast as they possibly can to try to rescue them. But it's going to take several minutes at least before they can get down to the dinghy and get over to them. Jane and Ginger, they're totally aware of this. They're alone. And they're just staring at this crocodile, screaming at it, trying to get it to go away. At some point, the crocodile does just close its mouth and sink below the surface of the murky water. But now, they don't know where it is. This uncertainty, this hidden threat, causes Ginger to completely panic. She let go of Jane's arm, and she dove into the water, off to the right. She was attempting to swim away from where the crocodile had been, trying to make a break for the boat. But Ginger only made it 2 strokes. The crocodile suddenly re-emerged from directly underneath her. It grabbed her by the waist in its powerful jaws and pulled her under the water. Jane is just standing there on the ledge, watching all of this happen right in front of her. She has no idea what to do. The crew is still not down in the dinghy yet, so she's totally stranded. And she's just staring at the area of water where Ginger has been pulled below the surface. Just seconds after she's been pulled under, the crocodile reemerges. Its head is pointed towards Jane. And in its jaws is Ginger. Ginger's got her arms up over her head. Her eyes are wide with terror, and she's looking right at Jane. Jane makes eye contact with her friend for one last horrific moment. But there was nothing she could do. She just watched as Ginger was again pulled back under the water. And this time, she did not come up again. Ultimately, Jane would be rescued from the ledge. The crew would finally get down to the dinghy, they'd swing over, and they would pick her up. About 2 days later, they would find what was left of Ginger's remains. It would later turn out that the captain was well aware of the threat that crocodiles posed in this river. He had told his entire crew, Ginger and Jane included, about this threat. He had explicitly warned them that at no point should anyone get in this water. But of course, in a moment of carefree adventure, his warning went unheeded. In 2017, a man named Aaron Joel was a tall, handsome, 41-year-old free spirit. From the time he was just a little kid, he had this sort of restless energy about him. He always needed to be out doing stuff. He could never just sit still. And so, by the time he was old enough, he left his family home in Oklahoma and moved out to Oregon. There, he moved into a commune. A commune is a community of people that live together and share all their possessions and responsibilities. But shortly after moving into this commune, Aaron got restless again. This wasn't enough for him. And so he left the commune and began traveling all over the United States. But after he had basically gone everywhere in the country, seen all the sights, he became restless again. So he left the United States entirely. He went to Nepal and began traveling all over that country. And while he was there, he met this wonderful young woman from Switzerland named Ladina. The two fell madly in love. And then, when it was time for Ladina to leave Nepal and go back to her home country, Aaron followed her. He moved to Switzerland to be with her. Just a couple of years later, in 2014, the pair got married. They bought a house together and settled down in Switzerland. For a time, Aaron and Ladina were very happy. Their life was very simple and straightforward. They loved each other, and they loved living in Switzerland. But in 2017, Aaron's wanderlust, that deep-seated need to explore, reared its head again. He went up to Ladina and he told her, honey, I need to go out and explore again. I need to go out and be free again. Even if it's just for a couple of days or a week or whatever time it is, I need it. He explained that he needed it in order to feel sane. I don't think Ladina was very pleased about this development. It's hard to hear that the person you love needs to leave to feel free. However, she knew her husband. She knew this was a core part of who he was, and she knew it was important to him and to his mental health. So she said, okay, honey, you do what you have to do. So Aaron thought about what he was going to do to satisfy this deep desire to go out and be free again. He settled on attending that year's Burning Man festival. It was something he had never done before, and it seemed like the ultimate expression of the freedom and community he was searching for. So Aaron left Switzerland and he went back to Oregon in the United States. He met up with a very close friend of his named Justin. Justin was actually someone he had lived with in the commune all those years ago. So the two of them, they linked up in Oregon, and from there, they drove in Justin's big van out to the Nevada desert. When they got to Nevada, they drove out to the Burning Man site. As they were pulling up, they saw thousands and thousands of other vans and tents and all these people out in the middle of the desert setting up and building this temporary community, this utopia. So right away, Aaron and Justin, they found their spot. They parked their van and they began to build their own campsite. And then after that, they pulled their bikes out of the van and began biking around, helping other people build their sites and build the rest of the community. So by that afternoon, Aaron and Justin had already made lots of new friends. They were out partying and dancing and singing with total strangers, just completely immersed in the Burning Man experience. That night, Aaron would actually turn in early, while Justin would stay up and continue having a good time with the new people he had met. Aaron was just not a night owl. He liked to get a full night's sleep and then get up early in the morning, make himself a smoothie, and do yoga. This was very normal behavior for him. Justin would later say that he really looked up to Aaron. In fact, many people who knew Aaron looked up to him. Because Aaron, on the one hand, was a total free spirit that would just kind of go where the wind would blow him. But at the same time, he was very regimented and disciplined. He took great care of himself, both physically and mentally. He just seemed wise beyond his years. And he was incredibly charismatic and very funny, so people really flocked to him and really idolized him. One of the central traditions of Burning Man has to do with its namesake. Towards the end of every festival, they build this 40-foot-tall wooden effigy of a man, and they burn it to the ground. Hence the name, Burning Man. So on the night of the so-called man burn, Aaron told Justin that he was not going to turn in early that night. He said that instead, he was going to stay up and watch the spectacle of this effigy being burned to the ground. Justin was really excited about it, and so was Aaron. So that evening, Aaron and Justin met up with the new friends they had made while they were at Burning Man, and their group began making their way over to the wooden man effigy. Now, this huge structure was situated in a huge open clearing, and standing all around this wooden man were what they called rangers. They're basically security guards for the event who also have some fire training. They would stand almost shoulder to shoulder or very close to shoulder, facing away from the effigy, forming a human perimeter around it. The Rangers' job was to prevent the crowd of 70,000 people from getting too close to the effigy when it was on fire, because it's obviously a huge hazard. So Aaron, Justin, and their friends, when they got to this clearing and saw the effigy, they would have seen thousands and thousands of event attendees converging on this thing, getting as close to the Rangers as they possibly could on all sides. So Aaron and Justin and their friends, they made their way up to one particular section of this massive crowd, and they began fighting their way through all these people, trying to get as close to the Rangers as they possibly could, because they wanted a good view of the man burn. And then, once they were satisfied with their view, they just stopped and waited for the effigy to be lit. But just before the effigy was lit, Aaron turned to Justin and said, "Hey, I have some friends from Switzerland who are here right now. They're on the other side of the effigy, on the other side of the crowd. I'm going to go see them right now." Justin was totally bummed that Aaron was going to be leaving right before this thing was lit because he wanted to experience this moment with Aaron. But he said, "Okay, no problem. I'll see you. Hopefully, before this thing gets lit, or, I'll see you after this burn is done." And so Aaron departed from the group, and Justin watched as he kind of just disappeared into the dense crowd. Then Justin turned his attention back towards the effigy. A little while later, when the sun had gone down and it was totally dark out and the crowd was totally electric as they were waiting for this thing to light, finally they did. They lit the effigy. And as soon as it went up in flames, the crowd of thousands and thousands of people roared with excitement. This whole time, Justin is totally amazed by what he is watching, but he's also scanning the crowd, chalk-up hoping that Aaron will eventually pop back up. But at this point, the crowd is so massive and everyone's so tightly packed together that Justin isn't really expecting Aaron to be able to make his way back over to where he had been. It just didn't seem possible. So this huge wooden man effigy goes up in glorious flames and everyone's so amazed by it. And then, eventually, the flames begin to dwindle down as the structure continues to burn, getting lower and lower to the ground. And then finally, when the fire is just about out, the crowd of people begins to disperse. At this point, Justin again looks around, hoping to maybe see Aaron, but, Aaron has not come back yet. And so Justin just says, "Okay, maybe it's time to leave and go check in with Aaron back at the van." So he notifies his friends that he's going to turn around and head back. And as Justin turns and begins leaving the crowd, someone who was at the event, who apparently knew Justin and knew Aaron, came running over to Justin, and they frantically told him this totally shocking story about something that had happened to Aaron. Now at first, Justin just could not believe it. He couldn't even process it. It seemed so outlandish and so unbelievable that it just could not have possibly happened. But then he was thinking to himself, I haven't seen Aaron since he left to go see his friends from Switzerland, and I have no idea where he is. And so Justin starts looking around the crowd again. He's not seeing Aaron, and he's starting to panic. And so finally, Justin just turns and starts running back towards his van in the desperate hope that Aaron is going to be there. But when he gets back to his van, Aaron is not there. And there's no sign that Aaron has been back since they had left for the man burn. It would turn out that that shocking story Justin had been told about Aaron was true. This is what really happened. After Aaron told Justin that he was going to go to the other side of the crowd and spend some time with his friends from Switzerland, he disappeared from the group. He made his way over to that far side of the crowd, but we don't know if he actually met up with friends from Switzerland or if that was just some cover story to get away from Justin and the other people he was with. But regardless, at some point, Aaron made his way over to the other side of the effigy, away from Justin and away from his other friends. And once he was over there, he pushed his way towards the front of the crowd until he was right in front of the Rangers with front row seats of the effigy. And then, after the effigy was set alight and was fully engulfed in flames, Aaron at some point bum-rushed one of the Rangers who was standing right in front of him. He was able to push past him. And then, before that Ranger or any other nearby Rangers could stop him, Aaron was able to sprint directly into the bottom of this massive, burning effigy. He ran right into the fire, and he disappeared inside of it. Because the crowd was massive and unruly, and many people were under the influence of drugs or alcohol or both, because of all that, even though Aaron ran into a blazing fire right in front of them, it was like nobody noticed. Everybody was in their own little world. It was dark out, there was this giant fire, there were so many distractions that really nobody noticed this happening besides the Rangers that were immediately affected by Aaron running past them, and some of the people that were right at the front of the crowd who watched as Aaron did this. And so this is why Justin and the rest of his friends had no idea this had happened, despite the fact they were watching this same fire as it was happening. Aaron would ultimately only be inside of the flames for 12 seconds before the Rangers were able to go in after him and pull him out. But by that time, it was already too late. Aaron would be rushed to the hospital, but he would die that night from his injuries. It would later be determined that Aaron was completely sober at the time he decided to run into the Burning Man. This means he was of a clear mind when he decided to do this. And so it was determined that his death had to be a suicide. However, his family and his friends and anybody who knew him are just totally not buying the idea that he decided to commit suicide, especially like this. It just didn't make any sense. This is not something Aaron would have done. He was acting totally normally. His behavior was not erratic. Something else must have caused this to happen. But unfortunately, at this point, no one has come close to figuring out what this other thing could be. And so, to date, his death still remains largely a mystery. Thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you thought of today's episode in the comments. And remember, we have a whole playlist of true crime episodes ready for you to binge right now. Until next time. See ya. One afternoon in early September of 2004, a 20-year-old student named Derek Keeper sat alone in the newspaper lab at the University of Nebraska-Lincoln, furiously typing an opinion article that he believed would make people angry. Years later, people would look back on those exact words and realize something terrifying. Because without knowing it, Derek was writing about the very thing that would eventually kill him. And, strangely, Derek's story would not be the only one like that. Years later, on the other side of the world, another man would confidently make a decision he believed would impress everyone around him. Instead, that single decision would trap thousands of people inside a sinking cruise ship in the middle of the night. At first, these two stories seem completely unrelated. One is about a college student in Nebraska. The other is about the captain of a luxury cruise ship off the coast of Italy. But both men shared the exact same dangerous belief. They were absolutely convinced they were right. And even when warning signs appeared directly in front of them, neither one backed down. So what happens when confidence slowly turns into recklessness? And how can a single decision made in just a few seconds quietly set the stage for disaster long before anyone realizes what's coming? Derek was the kind of person who was involved in everything. He was a member of a fraternity. He was also a senator in the student government, where he was known for his passionate arguments and strong opinions. On top of that, he worked as a research assistant for the university library. And somehow, he was also pursuing 5 different majors. It seemed like he was trying to do everything all at once. Derek took every single one of his commitments very, very seriously. He was not the kind of person to do something halfway. But the column he was writing right now, this was the one thing he had the most fun with. It was his outlet. Derek came from a small city in Nebraska. And while he had always been a loud and opinionated person in his private life, he'd never really had a proper platform to share all the big ideas and viewpoints that were constantly swirling in his head. This column for the Daily Nebraskan gave him that chance. It was his opportunity to finally present these ideas to the thousands of students at the university. He hoped his words would spark lively discussions and debates all around campus. After all, Derek loved a good debate more than anything. He thrived on it. So he would intentionally choose to write about really complex, often controversial issues. He knew these topics would get his readers fired up. He wrote about the ongoing war in Iraq. He wrote about the future of the Republican Party. He wrote about all the things he believed were wrong with local politics. The tone he used when he wrote about these contentious subjects was always very sarcastic. It was blunt, and it was deliberately provocative. He enjoyed creating a stir, getting people to passionately disagree with him, and they almost always did. It was common for the newspaper to receive furious letters to the editor after one of Derek's columns was published. Sometimes, he'd even get personal hate mail. But Derek was never bothered by any of that. In a way, getting people that riled up was exactly what he was aiming for. It meant they were listening. It meant his words had an impact. And he was absolutely certain that the article he was writing right now, in this moment, was going to be even more divisive than anything he had written before. For Derek, the central theme that connected all of his beliefs was individual freedom. He was a fierce advocate for encouraging people to say no to what he saw as government overreach in their daily lives. That was his core principle, the thing that inspired him to write in the first place. This particular column he was working on was about a set of state and federal laws that he felt tried to control personal choice. He believed these laws infringed on a person's right to decide what was best for their own body, and he was arguing for them to be abolished completely. Now, to be clear, the stakes for this specific issue were literally life and death. But in Derek's view, the most fundamental freedom of being an American was the right to make your own decisions, even if those decisions meant risking your own personal safety. That was a risk he believed everyone should be free to take. And so, as Derek furiously typed away, he wasn't just stating his opinion, he was trying to rally people. He was encouraging everyone, from fellow students to senators and politicians, to have the same kind of intensity that he had about this issue. He wanted them to be fully bought in on this idea of American individual freedom. Finally, after what felt like hours of intense focus, he typed the last word. He leaned back in his chair, the squeak of the plastic echoing in the quiet corner of the lab. He took a deep breath and began to proofread the entire article from the beginning. He read each sentence carefully, making sure his arguments were sharp and his tone was just right. When he got to the very last line, he felt a genuine chill run down his spine. It said, quote, "I just wish we could keep the government out of our pocketbooks and out of our personal decisions." Derek loved that line. It was simple, direct, and powerful. He nodded to himself, a small, satisfied smile on his face. He had nailed it. He attached the document to an email and sent his draft to his editor. Derek's article went to print just a few days later, on the 17th of September 2004. And just as he had predicted, it caused an immediate uproar. Like most of his other articles, this one generated a flood of angry emails and letters from people who strongly disagreed with what he had to say. They called him reckless. They called him irresponsible. But all the anger, all the vitriol in these messages just proved to Derek that his article had been a huge success. He had sparked outrage. He had gotten people talking and arguing about this issue, which was exactly what he wanted. Derek even hoped that maybe some of the readers got angry enough to actually take action. That was his ultimate goal. He wanted his writing to genuinely inspire people, to make them think, and maybe even to change their behavior. The rest of Derek's semester was a total blur of activity. He kept writing his weekly column, piling it on top of all his other obligations. He had classes for his 5 majors, fraternity meetings, student government sessions, and his job at the library. Then came final exams. Before he knew it, the semester was over, and he was on his way to his mother's house in Texas for the Christmas break. A few weeks later, on the very early morning of the 4th of January, 2005, at around 3 a.m., Derek was riding in the back seat of a Ford Explorer SUV. He was on his way back to school after the break. He had caught a ride from his mother's home with 2 of his fraternity brothers who were sitting up front. The driver was focused on the dark road ahead, and the other friend was in the passenger seat trying to stay awake. It was an awful 13-hour-long drive. Derek had spent the first part of the trip doing what he did best. He was using his sharp sarcasm to make his friends laugh. He was engaging them in really animated conversations about politics, school, and their plans for the upcoming semester. For the first 6 or 8 hours, the time had sort of flown by. But now, it was the middle of the night, and a heavy silence had fallen over the car. Everybody was just completely exhausted from the truly awful, long, monotonous drive. All any of them wanted to do at this point was just get back to campus, get out of the car, and sleep in their own beds. Eventually, they were getting close. They had finally crossed into Nebraska and were driving down Interstate 80. It was a snowy, cold highway, and the landscape outside the windows was dark and bleak. The university was not far now. Derek was genuinely excited to start the new semester. He'd had a nice, laid-back holiday. He had caught up on a lot of sleep and spent a lot of time just hanging out with his younger siblings. But Derek was not the kind of person who liked slowing down for very long. He was already feeling restless, eager to get back to his busy, structured life on campus. He was especially looking forward to getting back to writing his column. During his downtime over the break, he had brainstormed a bunch of potential new topics, but he wasn't sure if any of his new ideas were going to top the very controversial article that he had published back in September. People on campus were still talking about that one. And Derek was still thinking about it too. In fact, his own words, his own advice to his readers were still ringing in his ears. They weren't just words on a page for him, they were a philosophy that guided his everyday decisions. But for now, with the campus just a few miles away, Derek just leaned his head up against the cold glass of the window and waited for this long trip to finally be over. He closed his eyes for a moment, the low hum of the engine and the tires on the pavement lulling him. But then, suddenly, he felt the SUV lurch violently to one side. Before he even had time to process what was happening, he heard a deafening bang as metal scraped against asphalt. He heard his friends in the front seats screaming. The world outside the window became a spinning blur of darkness and snow. Just a few minutes later, a police officer was flying down that same stretch of Interstate 80 inches, his cruiser, his lights flashing, cutting through the pre-dawn darkness. He had gotten a call about a single vehicle rollover. As he got closer to the location, he saw a group of ambulances parked on the side of the road, their own emergency lights bathing the snowy landscape in red and blue. He knew that's where he needed to go. So, he pulled his cruiser over to the side and stopped behind the last ambulance. When he got out, the bitter cold hit him instantly. He saw it then. In a ditch just off the highway was an overturned SUV, its wheels pointing up at the dark sky. The officer immediately jumped out of his cruiser and rushed towards the wreck. When he got there, the scene was absolutely chaotic. A team of paramedics was already at the window of the SUV, trying to assess the condition of the victims inside and figure out the best way to get them out. The officer knelt down to look inside as well. Through the shattered glass, he could clearly see two people inside the vehicle. They were the two young men who had been in the front. Both of them seemed, for the most part, okay. Obviously, they had been in a serious wreck. They were banged up, covered in small cuts, and clearly dazed and in shock. But their injuries didn't look immediately life-threatening. Relieved, the officer backed away to let the paramedics do their work. He started taking in the rest of the scene, getting ready to secure the area and start his report. But then, very quickly, the officer noticed that more paramedics were running right past the SUV. They were heading towards something on the ground a few feet beyond it, deeper in the snowy ditch. The officer's feeling of relief vanished. He followed them to see what it was they were running to. And when he saw what was on the ground, the officer just stopped. He was a veteran officer, he had seen a lot in his career, and he knew instinctively that there was nothing anyone could do for the person lying there. It was the body of a young man, clearly the third passenger from the SUV. His body was mangled, almost beyond recognition, from being thrown from the vehicle during the crash. It would turn out that Derek Keeper had been right. His September 17th highly contentious column in the Daily Nebraskan would be his most controversial and famous piece ever. In fact, people are still talking about it today. Because his column, the one he was so proud of, the one that argued that Americans have the right to make their own choices about their bodies and their personal safety, was about one law in particular. Derek believed that the law forcing people to wear a seatbelt was a direct infringement on that right. Derek despised this requirement. He thought the choice to wear a seatbelt should be a personal decision about risk and safety, not a mandate from the government. To him, it wasn't just about buckling up. It was about individual choice. It was about freedom. And on January 4th, when the SUV that Derek was riding in hit a patch of black ice on the road, the driver lost control. The driver and the other passenger in the front seat were wearing their seatbelts. But Derek, in the back seat, in keeping with his deeply held beliefs, was not. And so, when the SUV crashed and flipped over, Derek alone was ejected from the vehicle. Derek alone was killed. As one reporter later pointed out, Derek Keeper lived by his beliefs, and he also died by them. As tragic as Derek Keeper's story was, he was far from the only person whose deeply held beliefs would end in disaster. Because sometimes the most catastrophic decisions are made by people who are absolutely convinced they are in control. And in 2012, on the coast of Italy, one man's reckless confidence would lead to one of the most infamous maritime disasters in modern history. Just before 9 p.m. on Friday, the 13th of January, 2012, a 51-year-old man named Francesco Schettino and his girlfriend, Dominica, sat at a table in a crowded restaurant. They were at a massive resort in Italy, and they had been there for a while, enjoying a long, leisurely meal. Their table was covered with empty dishes, a half-empty wine decanter, and plates with the last remnants of their amazing food. Now, having an extended, indulgent dinner like this one was not technically allowed since Francesco was actually on the clock. But Francesco wasn't too worried about breaking what he considered to be a small rule. Because he wasn't just some hired hand at this resort. He was in charge of the entire thing. He was the boss. The resort was on Italy's beautiful Tuscan coast, and it was incredible. It was literally right out on the water. It had thousands of guest rooms, 6 different restaurants, and over a dozen bars. It had a full-size theater, multiple swimming pools, and there was even a casino on board. It had a huge capacity for guests. And right at that moment, there were easily more than 3,000 people staying there. Francesco was very proud to be the man in charge of this unbelievable place. He had actually started working at this resort years ago as a simple security guard. But he was ambitious, and he had worked his way all the way up to the very top. He had now been overseeing this property for about 6 years. Being a leader, being the one who gave the orders, really suited his personality. He loved being impressive. He loved feeling important. He had heard the whispers from his staff and from former coworkers. They complained that he was too over the top, that he was a bit of a show-off. He had heard all of it. But in Francesco's mind, these people were just jealous. He was handsome. He had a great high-paying job. And he had 2 beautiful, amazing women in his life when some people didn't even have one. And so now, Francesco smiled at one of those women, Dominica, who sat across the table from him. They were sharing a dessert. Francesco was married, but recently, Dominica had become the most important woman in his life. She was a dancer, and to him, she was just perfect. They had only met a few weeks ago, so they were still in that honeymoon phase of their relationship. They were both still very flirtatious and constantly eager to impress one another. Right now, Francesco knew he should probably leave the restaurant and get back to his managing duties. But he was having so much fun with Dominica. He didn't want the night to end. So he lingered, eating his dessert as slowly as he possibly could. But as he sat there, slowly dragging his spoon through the tiramisu, an idea started to form in his head. He realized that their night together didn't actually have to end just because dinner was over. There was something he could do right now that would give them maybe another hour or so together. And it wasn't just that. This idea would also completely blow Dominica away. It would prove to her beyond any doubt just how amazing and powerful he really was. So suddenly, a big smile spread across his face. He looked at Dominica and told her to hurry up and finish eating because they needed to get upstairs immediately. He had a surprise for her. A few minutes later, Francesco and Dominica hurried into the resort's top-floor operations center. And just like the entire rest of the place, this room, despite being an operations center, was still massively impressive. In addition to all the new high-tech equipment, the monitors showing security feeds, the glowing digital maps all over the room, there was this huge window. It took up almost an entire wall and overlooked an exterior balcony that looked down on the dark ocean below. It was a beautiful, sweeping view of the water, and it even overlooked a stretch of small, twinkling seaside villages on the coast called Giglio. The room was also filled with all of Francesco's employees. They were hustling around, staring at screens, and talking quietly into headsets. But as soon as Francesco and Dominica walked in, Francesco strode to the center of the room. He clapped his hands together, getting everybody's attention, and told them all to listen up. Then, he went over the details of his big idea. The resort was going to put on a very specific and spectacular kind of show. It was called a salute, and they were going to do it right now. Salutes were a very popular tradition in this particular area of Italy, and Francesco's resort actually did them all the time, so this wasn't a totally unusual request. They were basically a kind of performance, mostly for the benefit of the locals on shore. The resort would flash all of its lights and play loud music, while the guests of the resort would be encouraged to go to their balconies and wave and cheer to the residents and the other tourists in the villages of Giglio. But critically, salutes needed to be both quick and highly choreographed. That's the only way they worked. They were complex maneuvers. In order for a salute to be successful, it required the full attention and active participation from a large number of people on the staff. It was a big to-do. And given the fact that these were such a big endeavor, it meant that a lot could go wrong if you weren't extremely careful. Francesco actually had a mentor, a more experienced manager, who had actively discouraged him from doing these salutes. He had told Francesco to do as few of them as possible because of the risk involved. But Francesco's mentor wasn't physically here right now to tell him to stop. And the people who were here, his staff, seemed pretty excited about his spontaneous idea. So Francesco began going over the plan with them. And as he expected, with such a complicated undertaking, there were a lot of logistics to look over, a lot of charts to check. However, when Francesco actually started trying to go over these preparations, he realized he had a problem. He couldn't actually read anything. He hadn't brought his glasses with him. He didn't think he looked handsome when he wore them, so he had left them in his room before going out to dinner with Dominica. But now, he really needed them to read the fine print on the navigational charts. Thinking on his feet, Francesco simply turned to a junior staff member and asked him to read aloud whatever information he really needed to know in order to perform this salute. The staff member, a bit surprised, did as he was told. He read off the key data points and the recommended course adjustments. At the end of it, Francesco felt like he had heard what he needed to hear. He thought everything was in order. He nodded confidently and said, "Okay, we are all set to begin." Then he looked over at Dominica and gave her a smile and a little nod, as if to say, "Okay, here we go." "Get ready to be amazed." She smiled back, knowing that whatever was coming next was going to be really, really special. When Francesco gave the actual order to begin the salute, everybody in the operations room jumped into action. As soon as the salute officially began, Francesco squinted, trying to see through the huge window that looked out over the ocean and the village of Giglio down below. Francesco was so excited when he thought about how everyone who was out and about in town would look up and see his palace, all lit up and full of life and energy. He imagined their awe. But as he peered at the distant lights of Giglio, he realized something wasn't quite right. Even without his glasses on, he could see that there was something out there in the darkness, just barely illuminated by the town's lights. It was a large, dark shape right between his resort and Giglio. And to his growing horror, Francesco realized it was actually getting closer, and it was getting closer fast. At the exact same time, but on the other side of the resort, an American man named Brian Aho was eating dinner with his wife and their teenage daughter. They were in the Milano restaurant, which was one of the 6 main restaurants in the resort. They had just been enjoying their meal, talking about their vacation, when there was a deafening, grinding, banging sound. The entire room gave a huge, violent jolt, and everything inside just went flying. Brian instinctively grabbed the table to brace himself as plates and glasses shot off the tabletop and shattered on the floor all around them. Then he heard screams and the thud of people hitting the ground as other diners were literally thrown from their chairs. And then there was another series of loud crashes as some of the decorative ceiling panels came loose from above and smashed down onto the ground. But then, just as suddenly as it started, it was over. The shaking abruptly stopped. Brian immediately jumped up to make sure that his wife and daughter were okay. They did seem to be fine, just dazed and terrified like everybody else in the room. As Brian stood up, he could tell he was mostly okay too, just shaken up. But the overwhelming thought in his mind was just having no idea what had just happened. He looked around the chaotic dining room, and no one seemed to know. It had felt like some kind of earthquake. But then Brian thought, if this had been an earthquake, he really had to get his family out of this restaurant immediately in case of aftershocks. It seemed like all the other diners clearly had the same idea. Before Brian could even really decide what to do, there was a surge of activity around him as dozens of people just began rushing towards the main exit of the restaurant. Brian didn't want him or his family to get caught in the middle of that huge, panicked crowd. A panicked group of people could easily create a stampede, and he was worried that he and his family could get pulled to the ground and trampled in the chaos. So he quickly looked around and saw on the other side of the restaurant a smaller service door that nobody else was going to. He pointed to it, and he and his family began making their way over to it. But before they could actually get through this door, the main overhead lights in the restaurant began to flicker. And then they went out completely, plunging the room into darkness. And with the darkness suddenly came the loud, piercing blast of emergency alarms echoing through the resort. And then he could hear more screams, not just from inside this restaurant, but from all over the place. It sounded like the entire resort had devolved into madness. Brian had never been more scared in his whole life. His pulse was racing faster than he thought was even possible, and he almost felt paralyzed, like this was just too much to even process. He, like basically everyone else, had no clue what was really going on here. Navigating his family through an emergency was already going to be horrifying and dangerous. But now he would also have to do it in the dark. For a long moment, Brian and his family just stood there, frozen in the dark. Brian was about to tell his family to just go through the door, that they'd figure it out in the dark. But then, luckily, the emergency lights flickered on, giving the room a dim, eerie glow. It wasn't much, but it was enough to see. Enough to guide their way. At that point, Brian didn't wait. He grabbed his wife and his daughter, pushed through the side door, and they headed out into a long, narrow hallway. It would take nearly 10 minutes for Brian and his family to navigate the maze of hallways they had just walked into. The floor felt strange beneath their feet, like it was tilted at a slight angle. Finally, they found a door that led outside, and they stepped out into the open air. But when they finally got out there, Brian realized they actually had a really big problem. The exit they had just taken hadn't led them to safety. It had led them to an expansive outdoor terrace with a railing on the 4th floor of the resort. This meant they still needed to get down multiple levels in order to evacuate safely. But just being on the 4th floor wasn't the biggest issue. The big issue was that the terrace was already packed with hundreds of other people, other guests from the resort who were also trying to evacuate. There were all these people basically blocking their way to any potential staircase. Everybody who had no idea what was going on was just pushing and shoving each other. There were no authority figures, no staff members around to actually direct what was now clearly an evacuation. Brian could tell that the crowd was starting to panic, and honestly, he was too. Everyone was just shouting, "What's happening? What's going on?" And so Brian was about to suggest to his family that they turn around and try to find another way out when they heard the crackling of the resort's public speaker system. A calm voice came on and finally delivered some information about what was happening. The voice said that there had been an electrical blackout, but everything was fine. Technicians were hard at work trying to fix the problem. So, in the meantime, all the guests should stay calm and just go back to their rooms for safety. At this point, it was very obvious that the mood all around Brian and his family completely changed. People stopped pushing and arguing and panicking. The tension on the terrace just seemed to dissolve. Brian himself felt that tight knot of dread in his stomach loosen a bit. An electrical blackout didn't seem like a life-or-death situation. So he, and clearly everybody else, felt a whole lot less scared. Pretty much right away, many of the guests began heading back inside, making their way back to their rooms. Brian even spotted a few staff members who had appeared in the crowd, encouraging people to do just that. Go back to your rooms, everything is under control. And so for a few moments, Brian and his family and the others who remained just kind of stayed put, watching things settle back down. But then, with no warning at all, there was another huge banging sound from deep within the structure of the resort. The floor once again buckled violently under Brian's feet. And this triggered a whole new wave of just absolute chaos out on the terrace. All at once, everybody started shouting and pushing each other again, this time in pure, unfiltered panic. At the same time, there were all these new frantic announcements coming out over the loudspeaker, but it wasn't doing anything. It was like the crowd had collectively decided that something was very, very wrong, and no one could tell them otherwise. They had to leave, right now. And so at this point, you had a group of people who were still out on the terrace who decided to charge back into the resort to try to find another way to evacuate. And you also had the group of people who had already gone back inside to go to their rooms who had now changed their minds, and they charged right back out onto the terrace. For a moment, it was like these two massive waves of people just smashed into each other. Brian and his family were kind of off to the side because they had just barely stepped out onto the terrace when all this was happening. But then Brian watched in complete shock as he saw some of the people, after they pushed and fought their way all the way to the edge of the terrace, to the railing, they began climbing over it. They were going to try to climb down the outside of the resort from the 4th floor. Seeing this was horrifying for Brian. But then he felt yet another powerful shudder under his feet and a loud industrial groaning sound from the resort right behind him. And he knew in that instant, if he didn't do what these other people were doing, he and his family might not be able to evacuate. Clearly, there was a real, serious problem. They didn't know what it was, but they had to go. So he grabbed his wife and his daughter's hands, and he shoved his way through the panicked crowd to the railing. Over the railing they went, and down they began to climb. Meanwhile, back up in the top-level operations center, Francesco Schettino was staring out the room's huge window, just completely frozen in shock. His resort was in complete pandemonium below. Guests were running everywhere. Others were fighting and shoving each other. And some were literally leaping to their potential deaths from the upper-level balconies and terraces. As Francesco watched all of this carnage unfold, he tried to wrap his head around how the night had gone so horrifically wrong. The worst part of all of it was that there was absolutely no way to fix it. He had been trying to show Dominica and everybody else how amazing and impressive and in control he was. But now he had completely lost control of this whole situation. He'd also lost his girlfriend because Dominica had quickly fled the resort as soon as the chaos started. Then there was another loud crashing sound somewhere in the distance. His heart pounded in his chest, and he realized it was time for him to start running too. Minutes later, Francesco and some of his senior staff were sprinting through the halls of the resort. And as they ran, thunderous noises and bangs came from every direction. The floor was tilted at an impossible angle. Debris from the ceiling and walls crashed to the ground all around them, shaken loose by the constant shuddering. And all the while, over the noise, Francesco could hear the continuous, terrified shrieks of panic from people who were still clearly trapped inside the resort and just couldn't get out. But he and the others he was with finally did make it to an exit. And this particular exit was not overrun with panicking people. So Francesco was lucky enough to be able to pretty quickly make it to the bottom level and then keep on going. And he did not look back, not until he was far, far away and what he believed was a safe distance. But when he did finally stop running, and he did turn around and look back at his resort, his stomach pitched so hard he nearly vomited. Because finally, standing on solid ground, he could see right in front of him the full, horrible extent of what he had done. It would turn out that what Francesco was looking at was the culmination of a record number of terrible choices he had made that night. One, Francesco would later deny this, but he was seen drinking alcohol at dinner while he was supposed to be working. 2, he was not wearing his glasses, which meant he was his most handsome self, but also that he couldn't see very well. And 3, he was distracted by his new girlfriend, who he had brought to an area where only key personnel were allowed, all because he was desperate to impress her. Now, in most workplaces, this would all just be considered unprofessional and maybe might get you fired. But in Francesco's workplace, it was much, much worse than that. What he had done was incredibly dangerous. Because the resort that Francesco managed was not a regular hotel, it was a gigantic cruise ship called the Costa Concordia. Francesco was its captain. And when he issued the order for the boat to do a salute, he was not just ordering a complicated but entertaining show. A cruise ship salute also involves steering the massive 114,000-ton boat much closer to shore than usual to appropriately show off to the locals on land. But because Francesco literally couldn't see very well, was obviously distracted, and possibly drunk, he didn't notice that when they performed this salute, they were going way too fast and way, way too close to the shore of Giglio. That dark shape he saw rushing towards them in the darkness was an enormous cluster of underwater rocks. By the time he saw it, it was far too late to turn. The Costa Concordia had smashed into the rocks, tearing a 230-foot wide hole in the side of the hull, which immediately began flooding the ship's engine rooms with seawater. And then, making matters even worse, Francesco delayed the rescue efforts for more than an hour by trying to convince everyone that what had happened was just a simple electrical outage. And then, when he finally did issue an evacuation order, he broke the most sacred rule for any ship captain. He fled the boat before the remainder of his crew and all the passengers. He was one of the first people to get into a lifeboat. He did not go down with his ship. That American passenger, Brian Apgar, and his family would survive. Because after they made the terrifying decision to go over the railing, they perilously climbed down 4 levels of the tilting, sinking ship all the way to a lifeboat. And so they survived. But unfortunately, 32 other people who were on board the boat that night ultimately died. All because of Francesco Schettino's reckless desire to show off for his girlfriend. Francesco himself was ultimately arrested for manslaughter and was sentenced to 16 years in prison. In the aftermath, he was subsequently named Captain Coward by the press and became known as Italy's most hated man. The terrifying part about both of these cases is that neither disaster began with evil intentions. They began with confidence, with ego, with the belief that nothing bad was going to happen. Thank you so much for watching. And if you want to see more stories where ordinary decisions spiral into unbelievable tragedies, we have an entire playlist waiting for you right now. Until next time. In the early hours of Saturday, the 19th of October 2013, a 23-year-old man named Ode Edgelor stood at a crowded bar in a dance club in Antwerp, Belgium. The air was thick with the beat of the music and the energy of the crowd. The bartender slid 2 shot glasses across the slick surface of the bar, and Ode expertly scooped them up. He turned, a grin on his face, and handed one to his friend, Kevin Rodriguez Fuentes, who was waiting right behind him. It was Kevin's birthday, and the night was all about celebrating. Ode raised his glass high. Over the thumping bass, he shouted, "Happy birthday," in his native Spanish. Kevin grinned back, and together they tilted their heads back and slammed down the shots. The burn of the liquor was just another part of the night's excitement. Ode was relatively new to Antwerp. He had moved from Spain about 6 months earlier for a great job as a computer engineer. It was a big step, moving to a new country where he didn't know a soul. But Ode was outgoing and friendly, and it didn't take him long to start building a new life. He'd met Kevin at a local beer festival not long after he arrived. They hit it off immediately. Kevin was from the area, so he took Ode under his wing, introducing him to his circle of friends and showing him all the best places to go out in the city. They became close, fast. Back in the club, after the shots, Kevin tapped Ode on the shoulder. He pointed towards the middle of the dance floor, a wide smile spreading across his face. A group of young women, about their age, were dancing together. Without another word, the two friends made their way through the crowd and onto the dance floor. From that point on, the night dissolved into a happy, energetic blur for Ode. He went back and forth between dancing with their new friends and heading to the bar for more drinks. He was having an amazing time. It was nights exactly like this that were making Antwerp feel less like a foreign city and more like a real home. But as the hours wore on, he could feel the alcohol catching up to him. He knew that if he stayed much longer, he risked passing out right there. Sometime later, Ode, Kevin, and a few of the new friends they'd met stumbled out of the club's doors and into the cool night air. The city streets were quiet and mostly empty. Ode instinctively pulled his phone from his pocket to check the time. His vision was blurry, and he had to squint, but he could make out the numbers on the screen. It was nearly 4 a.m. It was incredibly late, practically the next morning. He knew it was time to call it a night. He said his goodbyes to the group, wished Kevin a final happy birthday, and then turned to begin the walk home. The next morning, Kevin woke up in his bed with a skull-splitting headache. He blinked his eyes open, his room slowly coming into focus. He let out a sigh of relief. He was home, safe. The last part of the night was a complete fog. He honestly couldn't remember how he'd even gotten back to his apartment. He groaned, rolled over, and fumbled for his phone on the nightstand. It was a reflexive move for anyone after a long night out. He sent a group text to Ode and another friend who had been with them, asking the simple question, "How are you feeling?" The other friend replied almost immediately, complaining about his own hangover. But there was no reply from Ode. At first, Kevin didn't think much of it. Ode had been drinking just as much as he had. He was probably still sound asleep, trying to recover. He figured he'd hear from him later in the day. But the day passed, and still nothing. The sun went down, and Kevin's phone remained silent. By the next day, which was Sunday, October 20th, with still no word from Ode, Kevin's casual concern started to turn into real worry. This was unusual. He decided to call Ode directly. He put the phone to his ear, but it didn't ring. It went straight to voicemail. That meant his phone was either dead or turned off. This small detail sent a jolt of anxiety through Kevin. Ode was always good about keeping his phone charged and was usually quick to respond to messages. 24 hours of silence was not like him at all, not even with the worst hangover. Kevin immediately called the other friend from their group. He asked if he'd heard anything from Ode. The friend said no, he hadn't spoken to him since they all left the club. The worry was now escalating into a quiet panic. Kevin decided he needed to go check on him in person. He got dressed and headed over to Ode's apartment. When he arrived, he found Ode's roommates at home, but Ode wasn't there. The roommates didn't know Ode all that well. They were more just people who shared a living space. They told Kevin that Ode hadn't come home after the birthday party. They just assumed he was crashing at a friend's place for the weekend and hadn't thought anything of it. But for Kevin, this was a huge red flag. Ode would have told him if he was staying somewhere else. They were close friends. He would have been the first to know. The panic was no longer quiet. As he stood there in Ode's empty room, his mind raced, trying to think of any possible explanation. Then, a thought struck him. He remembered that one of their mutual friends, a young woman named Owen, had gone out of town for a wedding. Maybe, just maybe, Ode had made a last-minute decision to go with her. It was a long shot, but it was the only logical explanation he could come up with. He left the apartment and immediately called Owen. He was hoping she would pick up and tell him that Ode was right there with her, that everything was fine. But when she answered, he could hear the panic in her voice, too. It turned out she had also been trying to reach Ode for the past day, calling and texting him nonstop with no response. She was just as worried as he was. The reality of the situation crashed down on Kevin. No one had seen or heard from Ode since he left the group at 4 a.m. to walk home. He was just gone. Kevin felt a wave of helplessness wash over him, but he knew he couldn't just stand there. His friend could be in trouble. He took a deep breath, his hands shaking slightly, and he contacted the police to officially report Ode Edgelor as a missing person. The following day, Monday, October 21st, Kevin found himself sitting in a small, sterile room at the police station across from two detectives from the Belgian National Police's Missing Persons Unit. As they began to ask him questions, the meeting quickly became frustrating for everyone involved. Kevin tried his best to recount the events of the night, but his memory was a haze of blurry images and fragmented conversations. He had been just as drunk as Ode. He felt a deep sense of guilt for not being able to provide more details. But he did manage to recall a few crucial things. He remembered exactly what Ode had been wearing, a gray hooded sweatshirt and a very distinctive black and white checkered scarf. He also knew the specific area of the city where they had been out. But that was about it. When he left the police station, Kevin felt like he had failed his friend. The idea of just going home to sit and wait while the police conducted their search was unbearable. Ode could be hurt somewhere, needing help. He had to do something more. That afternoon, Kevin met up with Owen and a few of Ode's other friends. Together, they printed hundreds of posters with Ode's picture on them. They spent the rest of the day and evening plastering them all over the city on telephone poles, in shop windows, at bus stops. Antwerp was a bustling city, with bars and restaurants open late into the night. Surely, someone must have seen a young man in a black and white checkered scarf walking home. People don't just vanish into thin air. Meanwhile, the detectives got to work. Kevin hadn't given them much, but what he did provide was a starting point. Knowing the general location and what Ode was wearing turned out to be incredibly useful. Police began the methodical process of collecting CCTV surveillance footage from businesses and street cameras in the area where Ode was last seen. They painstakingly reviewed hours and hours of footage, looking for a glimpse of that gray hoodie and checkered scarf. It didn't take them long to find him. On one camera, they saw Ode walking alone down a dimly lit side street just as Kevin had described. His distinctive scarf stood out clearly, even on the grainy nighttime footage. The investigators were hoping the footage would show him getting into a taxi, or meeting up with someone, or even just going into a building. But what they saw next made them lean in closer to the monitor. Out of the deep shadows of a doorway, a figure suddenly emerged. The man rushed towards Ode. It was an ambush. The man attacked Ode, and in the brief struggle, he snatched what looked like Ode's wallet from his pocket. Then, just as quickly as he appeared, the attacker took off running, disappearing down the street. The investigators weren't entirely surprised. While Antwerp was a relatively safe city, muggings did happen, especially to people who were visibly intoxicated and walking home alone late at night. It was a disturbing piece of evidence, but it was also a solid lead. But their investigation was about to take a truly bizarre turn. They continued to track Ode's path through the city's network of cameras. On footage from a different camera, just a few minutes after the first mugging, they saw Ode again. He had clearly pulled himself together and was still trying to make his way home. He was still walking alone. But then, it happened again. Suddenly, two new men appeared and rushed him. They attacked him, and this time, they took his phone. Then, like the first mugger, they sprinted off into the darkness, leaving Ode alone on the street once again. The detectives in the room stared at the screen in disbelief. In the span of just a few minutes, Ode had been mugged twice by 3 different people. None of them had ever seen anything like it. It felt like a scene from a movie, something so unlucky it was almost unbelievable. Now, they had a new set of questions. Were these 3 attackers working together? Was it some kind of coordinated attack? Or was it just a case of extraordinarily bad luck? They didn't know, but they now had a clear objective. The muggers had stolen Ode's wallet and his cell phone. That meant they could track the credit cards and the phone's data. They hoped this digital trail would lead them directly to the attackers. Once they had the muggers in custody, they believed they would get the answers they needed to find Ode. The investigators' plan took a few days to execute, but it worked perfectly. They tracked Ode's stolen credit card and discovered that someone had tried to use it at an ATM in the city. They immediately pulled the surveillance footage from that ATM and got a clear picture of the first mugger. Then, using cell phone tower data, they were able to trace the path of O'Day's stolen phone. By cross-referencing that data with CCTV footage along the route, they managed to identify the other two attackers from the second mugging. They now had all three men. They were confident that the mystery of O'Day's disappearance was about to be solved. Fast forward to October 29th. It had been 10 long days since O'Day had vanished, and there was still no sign of him. The police brought the three muggers in for questioning, interviewing each of them separately. The detectives laid it all out on the table. They told them they had a mountain of evidence: CCTV footage, ATM photos, cell phone data. They knew they were the ones who had robbed O'Day moments before he disappeared. There was no point in denying it. And to their surprise, none of the men did. All three of them freely admitted to robbing O'Day. They told the police exactly what they had stolen. But they all insisted on two things. First, their attacks were not coordinated in any way. It was a complete coincidence that they had both targeted the same person within minutes of each other. And second, and more importantly, they all swore that they had absolutely nothing to do with his disappearance. They said they just robbed him and ran. That was it. The investigators listened to their stories with deep skepticism. The idea that three criminals had randomly and separately mugged the same man, who then coincidentally vanished in a third unrelated incident, seemed almost laughably improbable. It defied all logic. They pressed the men hard, convinced they were lying, convinced they were hiding a much darker secret. But no matter how much pressure they applied, their stories never changed. We mugged him, we ran away, and we never saw him again. The police arrested and held all three men on robbery charges. But their primary goal was still to connect them to O'Day's disappearance. They were sure that with enough time, one of them would crack and tell the truth about what really happened to him. But then, another piece of surveillance footage surfaced from a camera further down the street. And this new footage changed everything. It showed O'Day just moments after the second mugging had occurred. And just as the muggers had claimed, the video showed them running away in the opposite direction. More importantly, it showed O'Day alone, dusting himself off for a second time, and then continuing to walk down the street, eventually moving out of the camera's frame. He was alone. To their absolute astonishment, the police had to accept that the muggers might have been telling the truth all along. This meant that after being violently robbed twice, O'Day had simply kept walking through the streets of Antwerp. Their best and only lead had just evaporated. The investigation was back at square one. This new footage also meant that the search area was now much, much larger. They had to search the entire city. In early November 2013, about 2 weeks after O'Day vanished, the Belgian National Police launched a massive search operation across Antwerp. They went back to every bar, club, and restaurant in the area where O'Day had been. They re-interviewed staff and patrons, showing O'Day's picture, asking if anyone remembered seeing him. But everywhere they went, they hit a dead end. No one knew anything. As the days turned into weeks, the focus of the search slowly shifted northward, following the general direction O'Day had been walking when he was last seen on camera. This path was leading them away from the city center and towards the banks of the River Scheldt, a wide, dark river that cuts through Antwerp on its way to the North Sea. On the evening of November 7th, 19 days after O'Day was last seen, a few detectives found themselves standing on the deck of a very unique structure floating on the River Scheldt. It was called the Boat. Earlier that day, police boats had been dragging the riverbed while search dogs patrolled the banks, looking for any sign of O'Day. A visit to the Boat was a necessary part of this river search. The Boat was a massive entertainment venue, a club, a bar, and a high-end restaurant, all built onto a converted ship that was permanently moored in the river. But its main attraction, the thing that drew crowds from all over, was an almost Olympic-sized swimming pool built right into the deck. It gave the incredible illusion of a pool floating on the surface of the river. It was known as the world's largest floating swimming pool, and it was always busy. The detectives hoped that because of the boat's excellent, unobstructed view of the river and the surrounding banks, someone there might have seen something on the morning O'Day went missing. They split up and began interviewing the staff and patrons, asking the same question they'd asked hundreds of times. Did you see a young man wearing a black and white checkered scarf? By now, nearly everyone in the city knew about O'Day's case. His face was on posters everywhere. People were eager to help, trying to recall any small detail that might be useful. But despite their best intentions, no one on the boat had any meaningful information. The investigators left empty-handed and spent the rest of the day watching the fruitless search of the river. On the 19th of November 2013, 1 full month after O'Day's disappearance, his friends and family held public gatherings in both Antwerp and his hometown in the Basque Country of Spain. His family in Spain made it clear this was not a memorial. They were holding on to the hope that O'Day was still alive somewhere. The gathering was a show of love and an effort to keep his story in the public eye. In Antwerp, his friends tried to send the same message of hope. But as 2013 came to a close, that hope was beginning to fade. The police investigation had stalled completely. The 3 muggers were still in custody, but they hadn't changed their stories. The citywide canvass had yielded nothing. O'Day's friends and family began to fear the worst, that the police, with no new leads to follow, would simply give up. But then, in the early summer of 2014, something incredible happened. More than 7 months after he disappeared, O'Day's story suddenly went viral. It spread far beyond Belgium and Spain, capturing the attention of people all across Europe. This was highly unusual. Thousands of people go missing every year, and most cases barely make the local news. But there was something about O'Day's story, the young engineer starting a new life, the unbelievable double mugging, the complete mystery of his vanishing that resonated deeply with people. It felt impossibly tragic. Just as it seemed the official investigation was winding down, a massive public outcry demanded the opposite. People from all over the continent called for the Belgian police. The international support was overwhelming. Poets wrote poems about O'Day. Musicians wrote songs for him. Charity groups organized their own volunteer searches in Belgium. It was as if the world was rallying together with a single voice. Find O'Day. The tipping point came in October 2014, as the first anniversary of his disappearance approached. One of the most famous soccer players in the world, Cristiano Ronaldo, played a match wearing a jersey with images of O'Day on it. The message reached millions. The pressure on the Belgian government became immense, and they responded. The Belgian National Police officially redoubled their efforts, expanding the search to the entire country. They even enlisted the help of Interpol to extend the search into other European nations. Throughout 2014 and into 2015, investigators revisited every lead, re-interviewed every witness, and made regular public announcements to show they were still actively searching. But despite this monumental effort, they found nothing. O'Day was still gone. Then, on the 18th of September 2015, nearly 2 years after O'Day's disappearance, a strange incident involving the boat would ultimately lead to the answer. The boat itself was essentially a large, flat, floating platform, more like a huge dock than a traditional ship with a deep hull. On that day, the massive swimming pool on its deck started to leak. Because the pool was recessed into the deck, its bottom was submerged just below the surface of the river. A breach in the pool's base caused it to take on water from the river, and the immense weight of it all became too much. The entire swimming pool structure broke away from the main boat and sank to the bottom of the river Scheldt. Luckily, no one was hurt, but the story made local headlines. The boat was a major city attraction. The city quickly began making plans to salvage the sunken pool. On the 11th of February 2016, almost 2.5 years after O'Day vanished, the recovery operation began. 2 massive cranes mounted on a barge were brought in. Cables were lowered and attached to the sunken pool. A member of the work crew stood on the barge, watching intently as the cranes slowly, carefully began to lift their heavy load from the riverbed. The water churned as the massive structure was raised. Soon, the top edge of the swimming pool broke the surface. A few workers let out a small cheer. But the crew member on the barge saw something else. Something in the water, caught on the rising structure. At first, he couldn't make it out. He leaned over the side for a better look. His eyes widened in horror. He immediately shouted for the crane operator to stop. The whining of the cranes fell silent. With a shaking hand, the crew member pulled out his phone and dialed the police. After a thorough forensic investigation, the police were finally able to piece together what happened to Ode Edgelor on that tragic night. At around 4 a.m. on the 19th of October 2013, after leaving his friends, Ode started his walk home. He was mugged twice in rapid succession. After the second attack, he was hurt, scared, and extremely disoriented from the alcohol and the trauma. He tried to continue on his way, but he was lost. Sometime later, he encountered a group of strangers who saw his condition beat up and confused and tried to help him. They offered to call him a taxi, but Ode was so disoriented he didn't even seem to understand them. He just wandered off into the night. By this point, he had walked far off course, ending up near the banks of the River Scheldt, nowhere near his home. At some point, in his drunken and confused state, he got too close to the river's edge. He stumbled, lost his footing, and fell into the cold, dark water. The shock of the icy water may have sobered him slightly, but he was too intoxicated to fight the strong current effectively. The river pulled him along, eventually sweeping him up against the side of the boat. He was trapped there, pinned against the hull by the current, right next to the recessed swimming pool. He was exhausted and too weak to swim away. He struggled to keep his head above water, but eventually, he had no energy left. The current pulled him under the surface and forced him into the small space between the bottom of the swimming pool and the riverbed. He became wedged there, and he drowned. For more than 2 years, Ode's body remained trapped beneath that swimming pool. Thousands of people swam and partied just a few feet above him, completely unaware. It was only when the pool sank and was later raised by the cranes that his body was finally discovered, still entangled with the structure that had hidden him for so long. The 3 men who mugged Ode were ultimately convicted of robbery and each served about 4 years in prison. They were never directly linked to his death. While the authorities concluded that the most likely scenario was a tragic accident where Ode simply fell into the river, they were never able to officially rule out the possibility of foul play. To this day, Ode's parents have called for the investigation to be reopened, still searching for definitive answers and closure for the loss of their son. Thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you thought of today's episode in the comments. And remember, we have a whole playlist of true crime episodes ready for you to binge right now. Until next time, see ya. Imagine living in a city of over 3.5 million people, where the streets are a constant roaring sea of traffic, dust, and heat. This is Ibadan, one of the largest and most populated cities in Nigeria. In a place this massive, it is incredibly easy to feel lost or ignored. But for a specific group of young men, they found their community on the back of 2 wheels. In Nigeria, motorcycle taxi drivers are known as Okadas. They are the lifeblood of Ibadan, weaving through gridlock to get people to work, school, and home. Because their job is tough and often dangerous, the Okada riders developed a remarkably tight-knit brotherhood. They would gather at specific spots along the city streets, waiting for fares, sharing food, and talking about their lives. They looked out for one another. If a rider went down, the others would help him. If a rider got into trouble with a difficult customer, a dozen others would show up to back him up. They knew each other's routines, families, and dreams. So, in the early months of 2014, when 2 of these riders suddenly stopped showing up to their usual spots, the entire Okada community noticed immediately. At first, their friends and families held out hope that maybe they had just taken a long-distance fare or gone to visit relatives in another town. But, as the days turned into weeks, the silence grew deafening. The families went to the local police to report the men missing, but the police did not seem to care very much. They brushed the families off, suggesting that the young men had probably just walked away from their lives to find better jobs in a different city, or that they had simply run off to avoid some debts. The Okada riders knew this was not true. These men loved their jobs and would never just abandon their families and their valuable motorcycles without saying a word. Realizing that the authorities were not going to lift a finger, the Okadas decided to take matters into their own hands. They launched an informal citywide search. As they went about their daily shifts, dropping off passengers in every corner of Ibadan, they kept their eyes peeled. They rode down narrow side streets, checked dark alleys, and asked shopkeepers if they had seen their missing brothers. But despite their constant vigilance, they found absolutely nothing. It was as if the earth had opened up and swallowed them whole. Then, on March 22nd of that same year, a third Okada rider vanished. His name was Lanre Sadiku. Lanre was a young, hard-working guy who was incredibly popular among his peers. He was always smiling, quick with a joke, and incredibly reliable. Unlike the first two riders who had disappeared during their off hours, Lanre went missing right in the middle of a busy workday. On that afternoon, Lanre was hanging out at his usual meetup spot on a bustling city street, waiting for his next fare. His fellow riders were right there with him, chatting and enjoying the afternoon sun. Eventually, two men walked up to Lanre and asked for a ride. Lanre agreed. The two passengers climbed onto the back of his motorcycle, and he kicked the engine over and drove away. In Ibadan, Okada trips are typically very short. Drivers usually take passengers just a few miles down the road, drop them off, and head straight back to their designated stations to pick up the next fare. It was an assembly line of quick trips. But as the afternoon faded into evening, Lanre still had not returned. At first, his friends at the meetup spot figured he might have landed a rare, high-paying passenger who wanted to go all the way to the other side of the city. But when 3 hours passed, then 4, a deep sense of unease settled over the group. One of the riders pulled out his phone and dialed Lanre's number. It went straight to voicemail. This was highly unusual. For an Okada rider, a cell phone is their most vital business tool. It is how clients reach them, how they coordinate rides, and how they make their living. They never, under any circumstances, turned their phones off during a shift. Now, everyone at the station was deeply worried. They stood in a circle, debating what to do, when suddenly a phone began to ring. But it was not the phone they had just called. Lanre actually kept 2 cell phones on him. He had his main, public work phone, and then he had a private, secondary phone that only his closest friends and family knew about. And it was this second, private phone that was now calling one of the riders at the station. The rider answered the call instantly and put it on speakerphone so everyone could hear. But instead of a casual greeting from Lanre, the speaker erupted with a sound of pure, unadulterated terror. Lanre was screaming hysterically into the receiver. His voice was cracked, frantic, and filled with tears. He was begging for help. He told his friends that he had been kidnapped. He explained that his captors had blindfolded him and thrown him into an underground room. He said he was not alone. There were 8 other people down there with him, individuals he had never seen before in his life, and they were all locked in this pitch-black, suffocating underground cell. Lanre said they could hear the heavy, muffled footsteps of people walking around on the ceiling directly above them, but they could not see anything at all. In the background of the call, the other riders could hear a terrifying chorus of screams and wails. The other 8 captives were screaming as loud as they possibly could, trying to make enough noise so that whoever was walking above them might hear them and let them out, or perhaps hoping the voice on the other end of the line would hear their desperation. Lanre explained that when they were captured, the kidnappers had aggressively searched them and confiscated all of their belongings, including their wallets and their primary cell phones. But in their haste, the kidnappers had completely missed the small secondary phone that Lan Rei kept tucked away in a hidden pocket. That tiny mistake was their only lifeline. The riders holding the phone were absolutely horrified. They tried to calm Lan Rei down, shouting into the speaker for him to take a deep breath and tell them where he was so they could come get him. Lan Rei took a ragged breath and tried to compose himself. He told them he did not know the exact coordinates, but he had managed to pay close attention to the route while he was being transported. He told them they needed to get onto the main highway leading out of Ibadan and head toward the outskirts of the city. He said they needed to look for the dense, dark tree line of the Soka forest. Right at the edge of the woods, where a narrow dirt footpath began, they would see two rusted, burned-out cars. Lan Rei told them that if they found those cars and followed that footpath deep into the Soka forest, they would eventually hear the voices of the captives crying out from beneath the ground. He begged them to hurry, because he did not know how much time he had left before the captors returned and discovered his hidden phone. The riders at the station yelled back that they were coming right now. They told him to stay on the line to keep talking to them so they could use his voice as a guide once they entered the woods. But right as they said those words, the line abruptly went dead. They tried calling the number back, but it went straight to voicemail. The phone had either been turned off, run out of battery, or worse, discovered by the kidnappers. There was no time to lose. Approximately 40 Okada riders from Lan Rei's meetup spot immediately ran to their bikes, kicked them into gear, and roared out onto the city streets. They drove in a massive, tight formation, weaving through traffic and ignoring traffic lights as they sped toward the highway. They pushed their motorcycles to their absolute limits until they left the concrete jungle of Ibadan behind and the dark, imposing trees of the Soka forest appeared on their left. They slowed down, scanning the shoulder of the road, looking for the landmark Lan Rei had described. Sure enough, after a few miles, they spotted the skeletal, rusted remains of two burned-out cars parked right at the edge of the woods. The riders pulled over, parking their bikes on the side of the highway. They looked at the entrance to the footpath. It was incredibly narrow and heavily overgrown with thick vines, tall weeds, and dense brush. It was completely impassable for their motorcycle. They realized they would have to continue on foot. Unarmed and completely unprepared for what might lie ahead, the 40 men stepped past the rusted cars and onto the path. The forest was thick and dark, blocking out much of the late afternoon sun. Because the trail was so narrow, they had to walk in a single file line, moving quietly through the brush. They did not make a sound. They were straining their ears, trying to catch the faint sound of Lan Rei's voice or the screams of the other captives coming from beneath the dirt. The only sound was the rustling of leaves and the snapping of twigs under their boots. The tension was thick enough to cut with a knife. Suddenly, the rider at the very front of the line froze. He holds up his hand, signaling for everyone behind him to stop. They all went dead silent, holding their breath, listening. Then, about 50 feet ahead of them, the thick foliage parted. A man they had never seen before leaped out from behind a massive tree. He screamed something at them in a harsh, angry tone. Before anyone could react, the man raised a heavy gun and began firing directly at the line of riders. The loud cracks of gunfire shattered the silence of the forest. The 40 Okada riders, completely defenseless, turned on their heels and sprinted back down the path as fast as their legs could carry them. They burst out of the tree line, threw themselves onto their motorcycles, and peeled out onto the highway, racing back toward the safety of the city. When they finally got back to their meetup spot, they were trembling and out of breath. They gathered in a tight circle to discuss what had just happened. They knew they could not just abandon Lan Rei and the other captives. If they did nothing, those people would surely die. They briefly considered going to the police, but after the lazy and dismissive response they had received regarding the first two missing riders, they knew the police would take hours, if not days, to organize any kind of response. By then, it would be far too late. They decided they had to handle this themselves, but they needed a much bigger force. The riders began calling every Okada meetup spot in the surrounding areas. They explained the situation, the phone call from Lanre, the gunman in the woods, and the urgent need for backup. The response was overwhelming. Within a very short amount of time, over 100 Okada riders assembled at the edge of the city. This time, they were not defenseless. They had gathered a makeshift arsenal of weapons. Some carried heavy iron bars, others had thick wooden clubs, sharp knives, machetes, and even a few crude firearms. They were no longer a helpless search party, they were an angry, determined mob. They climbed back onto their bikes and roared down the highway, a massive convoy of headlights cutting through the descending twilight. When they arrived back at the Soka forest, they parked their motorcycles in a massive row along the shoulder of the highway. They bypassed the two burned-out cars and marched onto the narrow footpath. But this time, they made absolutely no attempt to be quiet. They marched shoulder to shoulder where they could, waving their weapons in the air and letting out loud, terrifying war cries. They wanted the gunmen and anyone else hiding in those woods to know that a massive, angry horde was coming for them and they were ready for a fight. They marched deep into the forest, fully expecting to be shot at any moment. But the woods remained eerily quiet. The gunmen from before had apparently fled, terrified by the sheer volume of noise and the size of the incoming mob. After walking for what felt like miles through the dense vegetation, the path suddenly opened up. The thick trees gave way to a massive circular clearing in the middle of the forest. Flowing right through the center of this clearing was a small but deep river with fast-moving water. It would have been incredibly difficult to cross on foot, but spanning the water was an old, crumbling stone bridge. On the far side of this bridge, sitting in the gloomy twilight, were two dilapidated buildings. The first building, located closest to the bridge, was a small, weather-worn shack made of dark plywood. It had a single dirty window that looked out toward the path. The second building, situated further back in the clearing, was a massive warehouse-like structure with high, crumbling concrete walls. Surrounding this large warehouse was a tall, rusted chain-link fence with thick coils of rusty barbed wire wrapped tightly around the top. The entire place looked completely abandoned, like an old, forgotten industrial site rotting away in the middle of the wilderness. The mob of Okada riders slowed their pace as they stepped into the clearing, their eyes scanning the dark structures for any sign of movement. As they approached the crumbling stone bridge, one of the riders glanced down at the muddy banks of the river below. He gasped and pointed. Tucked away under the shadow of the stone arch, partially hidden by tall river reeds, was Lanre's motorcycle. It had been driven down here, pushed off the path, and hidden away. This was the absolute proof they needed. Lanre was here, or at least he had been very recently. The riders surged across the bridge, their anger and adrenaline reaching a boiling point. They ran straight to the small plywood shack. One of the men kicked the door open, ready to face an attacker, but the tiny building was empty. However, what they saw inside the shack made them pause in confusion. The small room was packed from floor to ceiling with hundreds and hundreds of articles of clothing. There were piles of shirts, pants, dresses, children's clothes, and hundreds of pairs of shoes. There were also wallets, bags, and personal identification cards scattered everywhere. It looked like a bizarre, silent museum of lost people. Confused and deeply unsettled, the mob backed out of the shack and turned their attention to the massive concrete warehouse behind the barbed wire fence. They stood before the fence, shouting for whoever was inside to show themselves, but only silence echoed back from the concrete walls. One of the riders had brought a pair of heavy bolt cutters to use as a club. He stepped forward, bent down, and began cutting through the thick metal links of the fence. He worked quickly, cutting a massive, jagged hole in the barrier. The riders squeezed through the opening one by one, stepping onto the overgrown ground inside the perimeter. The warehouse was silent. The windows were set very high up on the concrete walls, making it impossible to see inside. But as they walked around the perimeter of the building, a horrific, overpowering stench began to wash over them. It was the unmistakable, sweet, and sickening smell of decay. They continued around to the very back of the structure, where they finally found an entrance. The doorway was blocked by a large, rusted sheet of tin metal that had been propped up against the gap in the concrete wall. One of the riders stepped forward, grabbed the edge of the metal sheet, and dragged it aside with a loud, scraping screech. A few of the armed riders immediately stepped through the threshold, holding their weapons high, ready to fight off any guards or kidnappers who might be waiting in the shadows. But as their eyes adjusted to the dim, dusty light inside the warehouse, their weapons slowly lowered. The anger faded from their faces, replaced by an expression of pure, unadulterated horror. In the middle of the dirt floor lay a tilted concrete slab propped up on stones with a blood-stained wooden bowl positioned to catch runoff. Surrounding this slaughtering slab were human bones, some still with decaying flesh clinging to them. Along the walls, chained up like animals, were 23 skeletal, barely alive people who had been kept in a catatonic state. These captives were being systematically harvested for their body parts to fuel a highly lucrative, illegal black market trade in ritual magic materials. Herbalists in Nigeria paid massive sums for fresh human organs and limbs, believing they would grant wealth and power to their clients. The warehouse was essentially a body part factory where victims were kept alive and butchered on demand. In the back rooms, searchers also discovered a crude guillotine and a live chained crocodile, which the captors used to dispose of the dead or those who could no longer survive the harvesting process. According to the locals living nearby, they had seen a black Jeep with tinted windows drive down a rough, hidden path to the warehouse every single night at 8 o'clock for the last 10 years. Each night, the forest would echo with horrific, blood-curdling screams until the Jeep departed around 9:30. The locals had repeatedly complained to the police, but the police brushed them off and told them to ignore it. It turned out the driver of the Jeep was the primary distributor of the harvested parts, delivering them directly to wealthy clients. When the Okada mob stormed the property, the guards and the driver of the Jeep fled through the hidden road, leaving the survivors behind. The riders quickly smashed the heavy chains to free the 23 survivors, but as they searched the faces of the barely conscious victims, they realized Lanre was not among them. They began searching the mass graves outside, but there was still no trace of their missing friend. Lanre had said on the phone that he was locked in an underground cell, but the warehouse had a solid concrete floor. The Okadas desperately searched the property for a hidden entrance, hammering on the ground and begging the catatonic survivors for answers, but they got nothing. When the police finally arrived, the riders begged them to bring heavy digging equipment to excavate the site. Instead, the police cordoned off the area and, within days, brought in bulldozers to completely demolish the warehouse, burying any hidden chambers under a mountain of rubble. Many believed the police did this to cover up their own corruption and complicity. For weeks, the Okadas returned with shovels to dig through the debris, but they never found the underground cell. It is believed that Lanre and the other 8 captives remained trapped beneath the earth, suffocating in the dark. While no one was ever legally prosecuted, the Okadas did deliver a swift form of street justice. A few days after the discovery, they caught a suspicious man wandering the ruins with several fresh human tongues in his pockets and dozens of cell phone SIM cards. Assuming he was part of the harvesting ring, the mob killed him on the spot. Later, a well-educated survivor revealed how she had been kidnapped by men in a fake police van, stripped naked at the clothing shack, and chained inside the warehouse to watch others get butchered. Her story exposed how easily ordinary people were snatched from the safety of their homes to feed the insatiable demand of the black market. The Soka Forest remains a dark scar on the history of Ibadan, a place where hundreds of innocent people vanished into the shadows and where a frantic plea for help came just a few feet too late. The Soka Forest tragedy left the community of Ibadan in a state of absolute shock and mourning. For years, the families of the missing had been ignored, their desperate pleas for help treated as minor inconveniences by the very authorities who were supposed to protect them. The revelation that a human slaughterhouse had been operating right on the outskirts of their city for over a decade, right under the noses of the local police, completely shattered any remaining trust the public had in the system. The Okada riders, who had shown immense bravery by banding together and marching into the dark woods to save one of their own, were left with a hollow victory. They had saved 23 lives, a truly heroic feat, but they were forced to live with the agonizing knowledge that they could not save their friend Lanre. The silence from the ground where the warehouse once stood remains a heavy, suffocating weight. The concrete and soil of Soka Forest still hold secrets that may never be brought to light, and the families of those who disappeared are left to wonder if their loved ones' final moments were spent in the suffocating dark of an underground cell that was paved over by the hands of the law. It is a haunting reminder of the dark forces that can hide in plain sight and the lengths to which some will go for wealth and power. The stories of the survivors who managed to escape the Soka Forest warehouse serve as a stark testament to the resilience of the human spirits in the face of absolute darkness. These individuals who were stripped of their clothes, their names, and their basic humanity have had to walk a long and painful road toward healing. Many of them continue to suffer from severe physical ailments and deep psychological trauma that will affect them for the rest of their lives. But their survival also stands as a permanent indictment of a broken system that failed them for so many years. The forest may have slowly reclaimed the physical ruins of the warehouse, but the memory of what happened there can never be completely erased. It forces us all to look much more closely at the quiet shadows that exist in our own backyards today. Before you go, just remember this. Somewhere beneath that forest, there may still be voices that were never heard and never will be. If you enjoyed this episode, let me know in the comments and check out the rest of our true crime stories. Because sometimes the scariest stories don't have endings. Until next time.